All right. Good morning, everybody, and welcome to another exciting CURT event. This is our 13th Lean Summit for 2021. And my name is Joe Gianfrido, and I'll be your moderator for today. First, I'd like to show our two co-chairs, Al Schwarzkopf, Merck, and Robert Wagner from Procter & Gamble. And welcome. Give me a second here. Okay. We have a great lineup of speakers for you today and a lot of great subjects covering a diversity of areas, and basic backgrounds in industry are different with each of our speakers. From Patrick Mace from Dassault, Bruce Burwell from PTAG, Charlie Dunn, DPR, Mike Barrett, CRB, Joe Darrington, DPR, Mike Brookshire, Floor Stork, and John Loffer from Stork as well. So we have a great lineup, great subjects that you've been seeing on the event. So I'm looking forward to seeing everything going on. The type of agenda that we have today, we'll go up to a brief break, a networking break. Patrick will lead us with construction design for manufacturing and assembly. Then we'll move into Bruce Burwell from industrial IPD application versus traditional IPD approach. There's a lot of companies going through this transition right now and more energized coming out of COVID with all the digitalization that we've been going on. Then we'll go into a brief break for about 20-30 minutes. That'll be our holding the schedule time. And then basically we'll move into an afternoon session with a panel discussion led by Charlie Dunn with Patrick and Bruce on the panel. And then Charlie will share a 5S learning with Lean that he's been using with some of the clients that DPR is working with. We'll move into an update with the CII research case study, Lean Management Principles with Bruce. Move back into a panel type interface discussion and have a little bit of a share from Mike Brookshire, a brief one on what they're looking at for simplification of the IFOA with some of their clients and work parties that they're dealing with. Then we'll move into a discussion there. So what makes a successful CURT event? We love the networking if we were face-to-face, but we try to do the networking through the people that are here. So questions that'll come in to any of our any of our presenters will be via the chat box. If you can have your name and company on there and the question, the presenters will go through their presentations. And then at the end, if there's time, I'll call up the name, the company, and direct it to the speaker that you directed it to. In the panels, it'll be interactive, so you can ask your questions as we go, so you don't lose your thoughts, but go ahead and post them on the chat box that's at the bottom of your page. I'd like you to break away from your current paradigms. Lean's been around for over 25 years, but we're asking folks, we're continually improving and continually driving and fine-tuning the systems around Lean. And you have to break away from those current paradigms. COVID broke us away and forced us into that digitalized thinking. So it's driving provocativeness and thinking, sharing of your ideas and thoughts and different ideas. And what you can ask for your companies is, what are my company's business opportunities? How can I help my company culturally change? What challenges are present in front of me in my company? And how are Lean industrial leaders dealing with these same challenges? The more I listen to the people of CURT, the members of CURT, and the non-members of CURT, the ones that are playing in the Lean sandbox, we're all experiencing very similar, very identical challenges in front of us, just at different phases of where we are along this journey. So those challenges, some of them have been addressed in some companies, others have not, but that'll allow us to go and work through those different areas. So without further ado, I'd like to go ahead and have Patrick Mays go ahead and take over for his presentation, and he'll share a little brief background on Patrick. Patrick, thank you for joining us today, and I'd like to turn the screen over to you. And you're on mute as well, just to let you know. Okay, we see your screen, Patrick, but you're on mute. There should be a key down in the bottom left of your screen to unmute.
All right, I think I got it.
Excellent.
Can you see my screen okay?
Yes, I don't, yes,
Let me go into presentation mode.
yes, please.
All right, we still good?
Yes, we are. Perfect. Thank you.
Okay. So I guess let me start by telling you a little bit about my background, and you can read the resume on the screen, but I've kind of been in a lot of different positions around the table in the construction industry over the past 40 years or so. I started in engineering school, but switched to architecture, so I had some background in both. I worked several years as a general contractor. I spent most of my 25 years in architectural practice, but specialized in construction management and technology. I was a CIO at NBBJ, which when I was there was a firm of about 1,000 people. So I'm very familiar with the construction management side of the industry, and I'm very familiar with the technologies as they have evolved over the past 30 or 40 years. I've also been in the owner's seat. I worked for 3Com Corporation when they were building out campuses in Boston and Chicago. And so I've also been in the development role as well. I'm part owner of a 3-city block development near Washington, D.C., which we just finished selling out of last year. So I understand the owner's perspective, the contractors, the architects, the engineers. I also worked at Herman Miller, a building product manufacturer, and that's where I got some real insight to the difference between manufacturing and lean processes there compared to what we talk about in construction today. So that's a little bit about the point of view that I have, but I guess the first thing I'd like to do is sort of a call to action and a suggestion about how we might start thinking a little differently. I think architects and engineers need to change their focus from designing projects individually to designing reusable multi-system products, which can cover half of the requirements for a specific project. I think contractors need to change to not just off-site construction, but off-site manufacturing with true lean processes, and they need to better integrate the supply chain and logistics. And I think owners need to rethink the value of services to the building occupants versus the value of the space alone, so that they are so that investors are motivated to focus on their solutions because of the long-term value. So let me just quickly run through the agenda. I'm going to spend about 30-40 minutes going through about 30 slides. And then leave about the last 10 minutes or so, so there's time for question and answer live. I broke this into 3 parts. I think it's important to think about the current business context that we're in, how things changed in 2019, how they changed again in 2020, and how they're changing right now. So these new business contexts means that we need to approach the market differently. I'd also like to talk about new delivery methods and how you can capture knowledge in processes. And we focus as builders and people responsible for delivery on processes first and projects second, meaning that we capture that process knowledge and we reuse it from project to project. We do that today in people's heads, but we need to institutionalize this knowledge into data systems. And then finally, I'd like to talk about design for manufacturing and assembly and how that's different than the traditional way that we deliver projects. As I'd said at the beginning, we focus on products that make up a project rather than the project by itself. So let's go back in time a little bit to make sure we understand this is not an absolutely brand new idea. It's something that's been around for quite a while. If you look at elevator manufacturing as an example, we've got 4 firms that probably control 2/3 of the global market, according to this Economist article from 8 years ago. And the margins that these companies make on maintenance is 25 to 35%. compared with a 8 to 10% margin for manufacturing and installing these elevators. So I would say that these companies don't really want to be in the elevator manufacturing business. They want to be in the elevator operations business, but manufacturing and installing is a necessary evil in order to get the life cycle maintenance contracts. It's also important to note that the revenue for maintenance is much more stable historically than the revenue for construction. So we can see on the right here, this is an example of an elevator from ThyssenKrupp, and it moves not only up and down the building with not only more than one car in a shaft, but it moves horizontally across the building. So in a way, we're talking about a transit system that's within a building. And a different model for revenue might be the security badge that you scan in the elevator records you as a user, and you're charged back for how much you're using the elevator. So that's a different way to think about things. And this is not new. When I was working on high-rise multifamily buildings in San Francisco in the early 90s, I was working for Trammell Crow, and they told me just to put a bubble on my drawings to say elevators to be provided by others. They told the contractor, PCL, to just do the same, to leave that out of the contract. And they went straight to Otis and said, we're planning to do 5 buildings in the Bay Area in a 2-year period. We'd like to buy all our elevators from you if you give us the right level of discount. That discount they got, I think, is probably much larger than a discount they would have gotten from a traditional bidding process. And as I've said, the elevator manufacturer is interested in the lifetime contract, not just the upfront construction. So that's some evidence that this is not new, but let me talk about things that might be familiar to you in what we call the sharing economy. And up until 2019, this was a major impact in disrupting many existing companies. So we're all familiar now with how Uber and Lyft disrupted the traditional taxi market. And some of us may also know Zipcar and FlexCar as car share services. If you have 4 or 5 cars, you may also know GetAround that lets you take your extra vehicles and make them available for rent, kind of like Airbnb on wheels. So that disruption we saw happening fairly quickly in the transportation market, but it's also happening in the space sharing market. If we think about companies like VRBO or Airbnb, they have disrupted the hotel market. And in California, you may know SolarCity, that's disrupted the utilities market. So why do these companies attract so much attention from Wall Street investors? Is it because they're just making the asset less expensive, or that it's a higher quality asset? I think it's because they're rethinking the value at different parts of the supply chain, and they're increasing the value of the long-term services. In SolarCity's example, they would supply at no cost the solar panels on the roof of your building, but then as more efficient panels come out, they would want to replace them and provide even better service and even more payback from the utilities companies. Likewise, you look at a company like WeWork, and even though they've gotten into financial trouble, I would say there will always be something like WeWork going forward. The data that they collect about the users of the facilities is makes them able to create geographic preferences and better support the users of their space. If we look at a company like Ollie, this is a company that operates in Boston and New York, and it's a kind of a co-living type arrangement where young people finishing college can take one of these apartments, but they're not traditional apartments. You're really just renting a bathroom and a bedroom. You're sharing with some other people that you could either select yourself, or they could recommend people that might be good roommates for you. And you would share the living space, the kitchen, the dining space with them. Or you could just take all your meals in the dining room in the building with many other people. They provide a car service. They provide entertainment services. They provide maid service. They provide a whole variety of services. So the value is not just in the rent or the increased value of the land over time. And the reason Wall Street's interested is because these services add up to more revenue and more value over time than traditional rent would. So it's a different business model, and you need a different product. I would say you need a more modular, more upgradable product, but we'll get to that in a minute. So let's think about this down at the level of appliances, washing machines, refrigerators, those kinds of things. These smart appliances are beginning to collect data patterns and are able to improve over time. If we look on the right side of the slide, we see this washing machine here, and you've got your telephone, and you're able to interface with it remotely if you'd like. So maybe you're on the train on the way home and you've started your cycle for the wash. So it's finished exactly when you get home, and you can hang out your clothes to get some fresh air if that's your preference. But collecting this data about when and how these machines are used, that are combination machines that they can wash and they can dry, or they can do steam cleaning. They're very different than traditional washing machines, but they keep evolving and they change based on the data collected and the user preferences. Similarly, on the left, you see this smart refrigerator from Samsung. And it too has a telephone app that works when you're in the store. So if you're in the store and you're not sure if you need to get some milk or not, you just turn the camera on in the refrigerator. It shows up on your phone and you can see exactly what's in the refrigerator. Or you can use this interface on both the phone and on the refrigerator. And you can say, I'm thinking about this for my menu for dinner. Do I have everything I need? Or do I need some groceries delivered? Or do I need to pick up things while I'm in the store? But connecting these ecosystems of the in-store experience, the home delivery experience, and thinking about meals in a different way, what you might cook yourself and what might be prepared and delivered. This is a different way for you to get your services related to meals. Next example, I think, is putting together a series of appliances into these modules. So on the right side, we have a bathroom pod, which could be upgradable over time depending on your needs. Maybe if there's a young person that's single, they just would prefer a shower and a small bathroom, but perhaps they get married and they want to have the toilet space separated out, and they'd like to maybe have a bathtub or a slightly different shower arrangement. Maybe the couple has a child and now they need a bathtub for bathing the child, and maybe as they get older, they need they have teenagers and they need a sort of a Jack and Jill arrangement for the teenage bathrooms. Maybe they're retiring in the same house and they need ADA accessible bathrooms. So the need for a bathroom over time would change. Do you really have to demolish that portion of the house and rebuild it from scratch? Or could you unplug the old module and plug in the new module? This is how we thought of computers in the late 80s and early 90s. Maybe I'd need a new graphics card. Maybe I'd need an upgrade with RAM. Maybe I'd need a bigger monitor. Maybe I'd need a different keyboard. But these were modular solutions that I could upgrade and add things that I needed. Instead of replacing things entirely, I upgrade over time. I think we're probably still playing catch up to what happened with technology devices some time ago, and we need to rethink construction along those lines. Similarly, in the middle, you have a utility closet where you might have everything from your electrical panel to your washing machine to your hot water heater to a heating system that's instant hot water that does radiant floor heating to your ventilation and air conditioning equipment. This too is probably the most expensive part of most homes per square foot. And to make that smart and upgradable just makes sense, I think. You could even take an older building and plug in a module that would be a kitchen, bathroom, and utility closet all in one. So I think we need to start thinking of these building systems the way that we are already thinking of appliance as upgradable modules that we could upgrade either the operating system or components over time. We also saw by 2019 much more in the way of connected data. Everything from the smart refrigerators and washing machines I talked about earlier, to a smart oven or a voice-activated device that could let you play the news or order groceries, those kinds of things. So this will interface with your phone. It integrates with actual devices in your house. And these companies are willing to provide these products to you at almost no cost. And I think the reason is because the data associated with these is actually more valuable in some cases than the device itself. A smart thermostat or a smart speaker may be very inexpensive up front, but the company behind it, whether it's Google with a Nest thermostat or somebody else with a different audio device, the information they're gathering over time and the data there is worth almost more than the device itself. So that's a real change in the equation from the way we're used to things. And we are moving, I think, from these things in homes to this as a retail experience as well. This is an Amazon Go store in Seattle where you tap your phone when you walk in, you pick up what you want, cameras record it, you tap when you go out and it tells you what your charge is. There's no person there in the store except maybe a security guard walking around outside. But this is a very different environment where your refrigerator, your tablet, your phone, the store itself, they're connected to each other in a very, very different way. So let's move to last year, where suddenly we find ourselves in a pandemic, and we're experiencing what I call a socially distanced economy, where you're not sure if you were getting ready to retire, whether you want to go into a nursing facility. It might not be safe. You might not be anxious to go to the hospital because you might get even sicker. You're not going to the office because of the pandemic, and kids may not be going to school. And we find that our experiences are really not quite up to date in all cases. You think about the quality of some of these games today with virtual reality or augmented reality, and you think about what our educational system is like, and that's a big gap. The quality of experience that kids have with games compared to the quality of experience they have with education is quite a big gap. I think that, in telecommuting, instead of going into a physical office, we've seen some improvements this year, but I think we still have a long way to go. And whether you've got something like a smartwatch that's diagnosing your health and reporting it to your doctor, or other devices, I think that the way that remote healthcare is going to work is going to change dramatically. So these are lessons I think that we learned from last year, but I think they're going to impact us going forward. I think some people will decide they don't want to go into an office every day. They really want an office module in their backyard. It may turn out that more families are comfortable with homeschooling now that they've had some exposure to it, and they might want to have some sort of a learning module that is available that they can get exactly the kind of education they need and where they need it without the traditional school system. And we might see something like a mother-in-law unit that's popular in backyards that's an alternative to a nursing home because it has some built-in capability to do remote diagnostics and consultation with doctors. So those are some changes I've noticed just in the past few years that indicate we're in a different business environment. So what does that mean to us in terms of how we build buildings differently? So let's start with off-site construction versus on-site construction. So lots of construction companies are thinking about this now, but what I frequently see is this image on the right. It's really just workers indoors. It's not really a lean process. This example is a good condition in a lot of ways. These workers, they don't have to have hard hats and reflective vests and special lighting. It's not cold, so they don't need jackets. It's a comfortable environment. The tools are at hand, power is nearby. They can work in multiple shifts. It's a comfortable climate and it's a safe environment. So it increases productivity because of those reasons. But this is not even as good as Henry Ford's automobile lines from over 100 years ago, because the workers are working in separated areas. The things that they're working on are not on a moving assembly line. There's no gantry in this. There's no automation in this. And I don't think it has much in the way of true lean processes implemented. So even when we talk about offsite construction, it's really not the same as offsite manufacturing. And for comparison, I would say that offsite construction, like the previous slide, compared to true lean manufacturing, there's probably a 25–30% difference in efficiency between just going offsite and going offsite in a true lean manufacturing type of environment. Now, there's some things you can't take offsite: the excavation, sheeting, shoring, the piles and foundations, that has to be done on site. But you can see how the materials are building up and they can't do anything until that excavator is out of the way. In the slide on the right, you can see, by comparison, you can see these men in the blue uniforms to get a sense of scale. But that big white drum overhead is carrying about as much concrete as 2 or 3 concrete trucks. It's a high-speed carousel that moves around the factory and places the concrete where it needs to be in very large volumes. And the big yellow bar thing you see is a kind of a 3D printer for concrete, placing exactly the right mount in the right place. And the entire table is vibrating. So very different equipment than in the field, and making a different product. This product has exposed rebar on top. It's called a lattice slab. So the finished side is ready to go, but the top side is going to get a pour in the field. So this is a lightweight product, and it eliminates scaffolding and form work in the field and saves a great deal of time. But it's a balance between what do you do in the field and what do you do in the factory. If we push this idea of lean and manufacturing, I think we need to think about the right time to leverage automation. I think the first thing you have to do is come up with a lean process, but I think the second thing is to make station by station decisions about automation. On the right side is a machine that is putting rebar into sort of a spiral shape to make columns, and on the right, the machine's making beams. And you can see behind the machine is a coil of rebar. Well, at a certain point, the gauge of rebar means it doesn't come in a spool like that, and it can't be fed into a machine. So if you don't know that, you don't know to make the right kind of product with the right parameters, because you don't know the equipment's capabilities. I think it's important, as we think about working offsite, that we understand the context in which we're building things. So here's a very simplified cartoon example, and I'll get to this in more detail in the last section of the presentation. But here you can see that this double T beam, the width is set by the width of either the rebar welding machine or the width of the bed of the truck. The thickness is by the crane's lift weight, and whether you want to integrate MEP in the slab or not. And then finally, the length is probably limited by the truck bed size and whether you want to have a day or night delivery, whether you need an escort, and turning radius problems in delivery. So those are some examples about how the process and the manufacturing capabilities have to be reflected in products. And we'll come back to that in just a few minutes. So let's go now to some components of these processes that are different. First, we've got to take this BIM information and move it to what we call a manufacturing bill of materials. This is not only a fabrication level model, but it understands how things get built. Then we need to get a work breakdown structure. And then we need to balance both the work breakdown structure, and it's got to be backwards compliant with the design. Then we move forward and we assign processes, and then we optimize those processes. So it's a very different way of working. This is not what you do in Navisworks or Synchro or those kinds of 4D tools. It's different. It's a factory kind of capability. If we think about the control systems on site, We need a logistics control system of how many trucks can we queue and how quickly can we pick from the trucks. We need a system sequencing of, when does the MEP follow in behind the structure, floor by floor, area by area. We need a material sequence. What do I need? These props and other pieces of equipment in order to do a job. We need to sequence the crews and the workers, and we need to think about safety. These are things that are done in detail in factories, but to a lesser degree on job sites. So for on-site execution control, I think you need both physical full-scale mock-ups as well as virtual mock-ups, and they each have different advantages. And then these are compared with laser scans to see how you're performing against the condition in the field. So that's the process side. Let's talk next about the product side and think about how we ought to be designing projects differently as a system of products rather than as a unique bespoke design. First, I think we need to think about buildings and how they might fall into some different categories. These are three very different uses of BIM. On the left is a complex building. It might be a hospital or a plant or a civic building. And it's the complexity is the reason that BIM has value. On the right, you've got rollout projects. It might be a retail or restaurants. It might be single family homes. These are being site adapted, sort of rubber stamped in different geographies. And so there's some value to BIM and this process I'm talking about in both those examples. But I think the one I want to focus on is in the middle, what I call a repetitive project. This project type would be multifamily or hospitality. Could be schoolrooms, could be a hospital. But 80% of the building is coming from reusable submodules like bathroom pods or repeatable modules like guest rooms. If you've got that level of repeatability in a project, it really leans itself to some off-site techniques. So this diagram shows you sort of an example. We start at number one over on the left. You'll see the building is color coded, and the things in orange and red don't lend themselves well to this modular construction. That might be the excavation, it might be the podium, a parking garage, it might even be the elevator cores. But then green and blue show things that are very good for modular systems. In green, we have the facade of the system. In blue, we have these modular units. And as you can see, that they come from these kind of kits of parts, a self-supporting frame. And these three modules go together to make a one-bedroom or two-bedroom apartment. And then you probably need 4 modules to make a 3-bedroom or bigger apartment. But these volumetric modules are broken down to subcomponents. Also, you need a way to interconnect those modules that are the living units with each other and back to the utilities. So you'll have these sort of vertical and horizontal risers that interconnect these things together. So those two can be productized, and I'll get to that a little bit more in a minute. Public spaces, the hallways, and the way the ceiling drops for the horizontal distribution needs to be productized. So that's pretty current thinking, I would say, that works for 6-story buildings in one configuration where you might want to use cross-laminated timber, 12-story buildings where the self-supporting modules work up to a certain point, and you can use either a steel frame or a concrete frame, or 24-floor buildings in which the modules themselves are no longer practical to be self-supporting, but different strategies for different building heights. It still shows how modularity works in covering the repeatable needs in the building. But let's think about modular and how it relates to traditional, I would say, large-scale manufacturing in particular. When we talk about modular and automotive, it's not a volume of space carved up and dropped on the back of a truck to be delivered. Modular is looked at in 3 different components to simplify it. We would have what we would call fixed, standard, and customized elements, or fixed, scalable, and customized. The fixed elements are ones that they only come in one size. It might be the drivetrain, it might be the chassis, it might be those kinds of pieces. So there's some pieces that are going to be locked in for various reasons, and that might be 20–30% of a vehicle that is locked in that way. The goal, however, is to make 80% of a vehicle, and you can see here there's 4 completely different vehicles, from a van to a 4-door coupe to a sports vehicle to hatchback. There's a lot of different vehicles that can be made from these modules. But 80% of what's produced comes from these fixed and scalable pieces. The scalable pieces are, I guess you would say, parametric. They are able to adjust a little bit in length and width or some dimensions in order to get you the variability you'd like. But the red and green, the fixed and scalable, gives you 80% of your product. The customized pieces shown in yellow are things that you actually get a premium for. So someone has to actually purchase a sunroof or a special bumper package, and they pay extra for a step bumper, or they pay extra for the roof. So you don't have to worry about it throwing out the costs that you've set up for this kind of production. So when we talk about modular in aerospace and we talk about it in automotive, we mean something quite different. We also are thinking through the processes in the factory and how the vehicle is going to be put together. So the product and the process are pretty tightly linked together. Whenever I talk about automotive, and even sometimes aerospace, I always hear the comment that, well, you know, buildings are much larger than that. They're much more complicated than that. It doesn't really apply. Well, here's our customer, Meyer Werft, and they're building cruise ships, which take on about 4,000 passengers sometimes, and they have a crew of 1,000, 2,000 people. So these are floating cities of 5,000 or 6,000 people. They're very complicated. It's like a floating 5-star hotel with movie theaters and swimming pools and fancy dining facilities. It's quite elaborate. And yet these are produced in 18 months, including getting the ship fully staffed and stocked. So when the contract is signed, 18 months later, this ship is in the port of the customer's choice, fully stocked and ready to take on passengers. That kind of performance and time and quality is very different than what we're doing in construction. So I think there are case studies from traditional large-scale manufacturing that have a direct analogy to buildings, but I think what we do in buildings is different in some ways. Let me give you a very simplistic cartoon example of what we talked about earlier. So these might be the living units module pieces. And we're going to try to figure out how to standardize the units and the core. The units could be offices, they could be classrooms. In this case, it's let's imagine it's housing. Let's imagine there's 3 components that we're trying to coordinate together. We first start on the left with a steel self-supporting frame, and we're dropping in these volumetric pods, like a kitchen pod or utility closet as a pod. But then we're dropping in the middle a coffered ceiling system that gives us a raceway for distributing the MEP systems. And then we can plug in to the second mega module, these bathroom pods. And then finally, we put the ceiling system in there, and then we can drop in the horizontal distribution of MEP on these 2 parallel modules, the hot and cold water, the air venting system, cable tray running around the perimeter, all those kind of components. So that's a very simplified idea about how you might put together a module like a living unit. You'd also think of the core of the building in terms of modularity. And I'll get to some photographs of what these look like in the field for a minute, but these cartoons, I think, help explain this in a simple way. Your first problem is going to be excavation and connecting to utilities and setting your foundations for your columns. But as you come up out of the ground, you start around the core. And in the middle, you see we've gone to a bigger slab. That is sort of a podium on which these self-supporting living units are going to be dropped. So just at the base level or one floor up from the ground level, you might have this podium slab, so you have room for parking underneath and that kind of thing. But you'll see in the core now, we've got not only the stairs coming up as prefabricated units, but we've got MEP vertical risers being dropped in, and floor by floor, you're dropping in horizontal MEP distribution. And then on the right, you can see that you could use a jump lift elevator and put in 3 floors of elevator at a time as you go. So multiple systems for MEP, for circulation, for the various elements in the core, but all productized, all manufactured off-site, and created in a way that they can be adapted for many, many different uses. So what do these look like in real life? So let's look at some photographs of these. So first we see on the left the columns going on the foundation. They might have shear caps, so they might have a beam system, but there's a supporting system that's prefabricated offsite. In the middle, the slabs might be the lattice slabs that we saw in the factory with exposed rebar. We do a pour in the field, or they might be, if they're close to the core, a finished slab so that they can be walked on immediately by the workers. Filling the fire protected areas in the core, you have this sort of twin wall system where the outside faces are finished in the factory, but to keep it light on the truck, it's a wafer system, and you pour the cavity on the job site. And then on the right, precast stairs, they might include the railing or not, they might include guardrails or not, but those are the different sort of products that might contribute to the core of the building that are precast products in this case. But let's think about some of the vertical circulation and MEP systems for a minute. Those are a little bit different. So we talked about the mobile machine room earlier, that you could do 2, 3 floors at a time and work your way up to 12, 14 stories in a building. But the lift is available during construction as a man lift and material lift, and you build it as you need it. In the middle, there's a horizontal module sitting on the ground waiting to be lifted. And there it is attached to the ceiling with its own skid frame to self-support all those systems. And then on the right, you see the MEP modules. So what we need if we think about productizing buildings this way is various configurators to figure how we're going to alter the modules to fit the particular project. I think we can think about 6 physical configurators that deal with elements by scale, and in red, 5 business option configurators. To me, the purpose of these configurators is really to communicate between parties, where in our current system, we have, I would say, poor methods of communicating. This is more about a configured to order system that, as I've said earlier with the automotive example, 70, 80% of a project is defined by the configured to order system, and only 10, 20% is defined in the field. So let's look at some of these scale elements in a little bit more detail. The manufacturing configurator might take products and convert them into pods or parts, and convert them into skids and panels. So, for example, a bathroom pod consists of products like sinks and toilets and bathtubs, but you're figuring out with a configurator how your standards implement those products into those volumetric pods. There's a logistics configurator that figures out how different modules are loaded onto trucks for solving nesting, how they're lifted when they get to the job site. The queuing and sequencing is understood with that sort of configurator. And then you've got a unit configurator. These modules are not big enough to make an entire 2-3 bedroom living unit, so you may need 3 separate modules to do that. Here you're trying to communicate with the ultimate owner and let them make choices about furniture and fixture. And then these modules have to combine together with a building configurator to attach to the utilities and other systems. I'm not going to go through all these, but those are a few examples, so you'll understand that there's not just one type of configurator. There are probably a dozen different configurators for different purposes. So let's think about how this is going to change the overall system. So we don't really start with the BIM model anymore from the architect. we're actually doing two-way communication, and we're starting with a configurator. We use a building configurator to inform the architect that this is some of the decisions we've made and restrictions in the design. You also use the building product configurator like a bathroom pod and figure out how that integrates with the building. And you give to the designers your standards for a bathroom pod and ask them just to use those in the documents. So on the left side, there's a two-way communication between the design and the configuration. And on the right side, there's an integration between the configuration and a PLM system that first creates a what I call a construction bill of materials that understands what substitutions are allowable and starts to create a tree of relationships. So we get work breakdown structure. Now we have a relationship to cost, labor, time, as well as product choices. That's the planning phase on the top. And then the final part of my presentation is on the bottom. It's the execution phase. And so with that, we think about the logistics. We think about what to do in a factory, whether do we build it in our own factory or buy it from somebody else's factory. And we figure out how to optimize on site. The goal is to reduce the final number of parts installed and reduce the number of connections. And then finally at number 8, we look at the supplier order execution system, installation tracking, and we put together a safety plan. So I think that's about all I've got time for. I think I've hit my 40-minute limit to give 10 minutes to questions. So let me turn it back to you, Joe. Let's see if we've gotten some questions.
Yeah, we do have a question in. It's from Al Schwarzkopf from Merck Company. Do you know of any examples where assembly line construction is in practice?
Oh, yes. Yeah, I've been in lots and lots of factories where they're building components, and they have gantry cranes and moving assembly lines. I've also seen portable gantries used where there'll be a large warehouse or someplace near a job site, and they're setting up a temporary factory, a pop-up factory. But I think these gantry cranes are really quite different. It helps you manage a moving supply line. But some of the things I talked about don't really require that much automation. A crane is important, but you might not want to go to robotic welders, for example. You might want to use traditional welding, but you'd still like to use some true lean processes. You might have a 2-bin system so that as one bin is emptied, the next one's already available. And as soon as one's emptied, it's replaced. It's a pull system. You might want to be bringing the materials to the workers and the work to the workers, unlike that first example. So I think you can get both some level of automation, but certainly lean. And I've been in a number of places that I've seen examples of this in wood and steel and concrete.
Excellent. And second part of the question is any examples? I believe you just shared those examples as you just talked there. Al, do you have any other build off of that? I do have another question if there's nothing more for Al. Okay. I have one from Charlie Dunn, DPR.
Yeah.
What is the level of effort to do product configuration as opposed to the current buyout and 4D schedule practice? And,
yeah, it's really different. And you know, even though the past 10 or 15 years, I've seen, at least in North America, we have moved to almost 50% design build. Design build has taken off, but yet this modular offsite approach hasn't taken off quite as much. And I think we have a real problem with contract structure and liability that is creating these kinds of problems. The first thing I think you need to do is be in either design build or design build operate, so that the architects and engineers are employed by the contractor. And so you can simultaneously produce shop drawings or fabrication drawings at the same time you're producing the permit drawings. So that's the first barrier I think we have in our system. And I think the related issue is that owners think that they're going to get the best price by bidding a project out. That's almost never true, in fact. If you have 2 taken the key systems where you need the fabrication documents early and pre-negotiated those relationships with preferred suppliers. You can always, even if somebody has done the shop drawings for you, you can have them done in a sufficiently generic way that multiple shops can still, you can still create a bid later. But I think you've got to acquire the fabrication level detail modeling at the same time that you get the architects and engineers doing their simplified BIM modeling. That's our biggest hurdle at the moment, is we can't get to the efficiency of manufacturing because we're not even producing fabrication level models. The configurators for now are kind of a workaround for that, to say that this configurator produces something that's useful to the BIM model and useful to the fabrication model. It's really creating an equivalency system that, you know, this particular bathroom pod meets this ADA standard that's in this permit model that I'm putting together here. The configurator is a temporary bridge until you can get to a more manufacturing-like process. Does that answer your question, Charlie?
I believe it addresses the questions that's there. Let's see. Yes. Are there different skill sets needed for configurator versus an AE or construction manager?
Oh yeah, it's quite different. And I always have to be careful not to use too much manufacturing jargon. In the manufacturing world, we have this difference between what we call engineer to order and configure to order. And we talk about a configure to order system as being a 150% bill of materials. Let me translate this to an example for something like trucks and buses. So when we first started working with Scania for trucks and buses, they had about 130, 140 different products, and they were all built as if they were unique. Well, we created a modular system for them that got them down to about 20 something submodules from which they could build 350 different trucks and buses. So when we talk about this 150% BOM, whether that's an engine in a truck, or an air conditioner in a building and everything associated with that mechanical room, it's every possible variant that's in the configuration system. This is pretty sophisticated, and it's beyond the skill sets of the typical people managing drawings in the process today. But I think there's a lot to be learned from manufacturing. And I think a good starting place is getting a handle on what this 150% BOM really means.
Okay, we have two other, one that looks like a statement and the other one's a question. Rob Wagner, Procter & Gamble Company. I see this modular system similar to construction in high inflation countries. Example, parts are brought to a perhaps completed up to a third floor, and then this is fully assembled into use. Then they can afford the next 3 stories are built, and so on until the project is complete. So it looks like it's piecemeal. Did I capture it right, Rob? He's unmuted.
Yeah, I was just trying to get at that. I think that because when Brazil was high inflation and they couldn't afford the whole project, so they would buy it in pieces. And it seems like this modular design would be very well towards that, where you want to get it to running condition. If it's an apartment, they can rent out the 3 stories and then they can build the next 3 stories from the income and stuff. But the high inflation mandated that they couldn't buy the whole 10-story building at once.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. And so earlier in my presentation, I talked about how you'd want to upgrade over time. So maybe you start with, just ventilation, but not an air conditioning system. And then you upgrade over time, you get air conditioning. So there's many things you can do as services over time. And you can also partially build a project and build it gradually over time. So I think there's a lot of advantages to the modularity. If you've been to India, you will have noticed on the highways, they have these trucks that don't look like anything you'd see in the US. It's like the wheels and the chassis and some guys sitting on crates with a steering wheel. There's no body on the truck. There's no cab on the truck. It's an engine and a chassis. And their plan is to upgrade it over time. I'm gonna, just put plywood on the back for now and use it as a farm vehicle. But now I'm gonna make it a dump truck. Oh, now I'm ready for a cab. Now I'm ready for an air conditioned cab. I think this idea that you can give consumers what they need when they need it, they don't have to buy everything up front, and some of that can be provided as service over time, is a very different way for us to think about delivering construction.
This is a question that I came with, Patrick. I'm hearing more and more about generative design. It's kind of like your configurer, isn't it? And
Yep.
who is owning who do you see as owning that process and bringing it to the table with all the people you have around the table?
Yeah, so everybody's got their favorite word. I just use configurator because it hasn't been beaten to death yet, but we hear about generative design, artificial intelligence, computational design. I think a lot of the architects and engineers are infatuated with it because it's a mathematical driving geometry. But I think when you come from the manufacturing world, it has less to do with that glamour of manufactured driven form, and it has more with capturing knowledge that we have this standard of the width and length and thickness because this is what our crane can lift and this is what our truck can carry, and we need pick points, and we need this many on a load. So you're capturing many other properties in it can be in generative design or whatever you want to call it, but I call it instead a configurator, and I like to break them into specific areas, whether you're configuring the products, the units, the building, the site. I didn't go into the financial configurator. There's several good companies in that space, like Paraffin 3D and Archistar. Well, they'll look at all the potential sites in a city, and they'll tell you, if you're going to build a hotel, these are the 3 best sites, and this is the return on investment for the hotel, the rent you can make, and this is the construction costs. That too is a configurator. Even though it's mainly feeding spreadsheets, it actually produces a design for the site.
Excellent. Thank you very much. 2 other questions just came in, and then we'll be right up to our hour, and we have a Q&A after for more questions. This one's from Brian Knowles, Turner Construction. Are there any workable configurator apps in use for automated design today?
Yeah, so boy, there are a bunch of them. There's I started building configurators 10 or 12 years ago, but I'm amazed now that there's 15 or so on the market. I'd say the people putting these kinds of products out right now have focused a little bit more on what I call a building configurator. Examples would be Hypar and TestFit.io. And Hypar were the guys that created the generative design for Autodesk. And the SpaceMaker was bought by Autodesk. So those are along the lines of building configurators and figuring out what's possible on the site. But I think for construction people, what's much more important, and we don't have very good products in this space, are the things that design the modules, the panelized systems, and handle the logistics side. Most projects are experiencing something like 30–35% waste. And it's not because of the design. And so generating a better design is not fixing the problem. We have to change how we build the building. We have to understand the logistics and the offsite manufacture. There's not great off-the-shelf tools for that. You really need a design automation with a fabrication level modeling to solve that problem.
One last question, and Mike, I like to hold yours till we have the panel at 12:50 after our break. From Shane Ray, do you have an anticipated cost increase from BIM design? Sorry, like my screen's popping up questions. Do you have an anticipated cost increase from BIM designing to BIM fabrication in order to provide the information to our clients as a percentage? I can repeat it if you'd like.
It's a complicated question and there's not an easy answer.
Should
First,
we hold that to our panel discussion? It might be a good lead into the couple of questions we're getting. What would you like to do, Patrick?
Yeah, let me address it partially now, because I think this idea of BIM fabrication is an oxymoron up there with military intelligence. You know, it's the purpose of all the major BIM apps, whether it's ArchiCAD or whether it's Bentley or whether it's Revit, doesn't matter. I worked on all those. I helped R&D on all those products. And our intention was to create a model to visualize the project from which we could extract 2D documentation in order to create construction drawings, a contract. These products are not object-based, they're file-based. They're not the level of data that you would need for manufacturing, number one. Number two, they don't understand materiality. So it doesn't understand the bending radius that you'd get from a certain kind of metal of a certain thickness. It doesn't understand, you know, all the nuts and bolts and details. There's not enough detail to actually fabricate or build something. So I think this idea that we're going to mix up the language between a BIM model and a fabrication model is problematic to start with. Now, in terms of cost, it is an exponential change. If you thought it was disruptive, you know, in my 40 years, I started out, you know, drawing with plastic pencil on vellum. And then I got, you know, the first version of AutoCAD and something even before that. And in the early 80s was, you know, drafting on a computer. That was disruptive. And going from there to BIM modeling was disruptive and exponentially more expensive each time. This starts with the assumption that you're going to invest in offsite manufacture. And I think these investments can't be borne by a single project. You know, if you're going to build a serious factory to do modular products, you're talking $50 to $100 million. So the software cost, while it might be millions of dollars and the learning might be millions of dollars, it's nothing compared to the cost of a proper factory. So this is very expensive, but the benefits you get, the payback is unbelievable. You know, we'll make decisions on some projects to invest in a factory, and it's saving us millions of dollars on individual projects. So while the factory sounds expensive, it actually can pay for itself in 10 years.
Excellent. Patrick, here's a clap to you. Thank you very much.
Sure.
You're going to be on our panel in about 30 minutes here, or whatever it was there at 12:50.
All right.
Bruce, if you could pull up the screen from Patrick, and I'd like to turn it over to Mr. Bruce Burwell. And Patrick, thank you very much. Appreciate
Sure.
that. It was a great presentation. Okay. Bruce, I can see your screen coming up and looks good.
And you can hear me all right?
Yes, that sounds perfect as well.
Okay, thank you. Great presentation, Patrick.
Yeah.
I couldn't agree more how our construction industry is lagging behind manufacturing, and you know, there's multiple surveys out there that you know, have certainly indicated this. So you know, presentations like yourself, the one I'm about to present regarding contracting models, you know, these are all in an effort to advance and you know, remove the deficiencies and inefficiencies of our construction world. So thank you for having me. My name is Bruce Burwell. I'm a partner in capital projects with a project and programming company called PTAG. Prior to joining PTAG, I worked in the energy industry in Ontario Power Generation for quite a while, 34 years. The majority of those years were spent in project management, construction management, portfolio management. And I decided to retire back a couple of years ago, and that's when I joined PTAG. I lead the Industrial Integrated Project Delivery practice within PTAG, and I'm also responsible for the planning and execution of our capital program. I am the chair of the Construction Industry Institute Integrated Project Delivery for Industrial Projects, which I'm going to speak about throughout this presentation and the presentation this afternoon. I also sit on a number of other CII committees and within the Construction Users Association of Alberta. So that's a little bit about myself. We'll get into it here. So today's presentation, here's my agenda, the need for change. What is I2PD? And when I refer to I2PD, I'm referring to Industrial Integrated Project Delivery. Okay? The history of IPD, the principles and methods, the evolution of our contracting methods. How did we get there? When to use I2PD, the collaboration and implementation methods, the differences between IPD, commercial IPD, alliancing and infrastructure, and I2PD. Now I'll talk about a little bit about the multi-party agreement and then the benefits of I2PD. So why the change? Okay. So there's a need to move away from the what we call the hostile contracting environment, and focus more on a collaborative type atmosphere for solving problems. And throughout the course of a project, through the project life cycle, especially during the design phase and the execution phase, collaboration of and problem solving is essential. Okay. So how do we achieve this? Moving from cheapest price to a tendering process or a process where is based on best value and past performance. So establishing a single source of truth for projects, for monitoring projects, the progress of a project, of the project. Okay? And, we want to minimize the misalignments and we want to work together in corrective actions. Okay? And there's data that exists out there that to improve accuracy and costs and schedule estimates. Okay? We got to move away from the traditional type contracts and more to a project outcome type contract, which I'll be talking about throughout this presentation. And we got to move towards these alternating contracting models, whether it be IPD, I2PD, alliancing and partnering. Okay? But with all of these relational type contracts, there is an investment, an upfront investment of incorporating all of the parties. Right? That investment at the front end certainly pays dividends at the back end. We like to call it a shifting of funds from the back end more towards the front end. And this is a quote from Alan Shepard, who you all know that I like to use, and it's so telling. Okay? It is a sobering feeling to be up in space and realize that one safety factor was determined by the lowest bidder on a government contract. Okay? So with the I2PD model or an IPD model, you may not be choosing cheapest price at the onset. You're looking at putting together a team, putting together a team that will provide the best value of the project. You may or may not, be selecting the parties, based on the lowest price. But in all likelihood, you're going to be selecting the parties that has the best culture fit for this type of contracting model. So traditional versus collaborative, you know, when you're setting up the project in a traditional model, we use the same type of model as the last time, but, you know, we're looking for better results. Okay? How often do we, you know, attain the better results doing the same thing over and over and over again? Okay? Whereas in the collaborative contracting model, you know, you set the project goals for the team, and the team then is you know, challenged with, you know, executing that work based on those goals, business goals that were set in front of them. Schedule. Sure, in a traditional model, you may have an integrated schedule, you know, of the different contractors, designers, equipment suppliers, and so on and so on and so on. But when one of those parties, you know, impacts schedule, we've all seen the trickle down effect. And how do we mitigate the impacts of those schedules? And how do we crash schedule? Whereas in a collaborative model, the team is all working together, you know, developing the schedule, monitoring the schedule, maintaining the schedule, look aheads, all in an effort to preserve the contingency pool, which I'll talk about a little bit later as well. Okay. Team formation, traditionally lowest bid. That may or may not be the case for the collaborative model. Okay, you're picking the team early on that is best suited, that will work together and will plan and execute that project for outcome for success. Traditional model, you know, we pad our contingencies. We expect delays, we expect additional scope items, we expect that, you know, perhaps there would be some conflicts, you know, when contractors arise at site. Whereas the collaborative contracting model, you know, if the team which includes the owner, does not hit the target set out on the onset, well, that could impact their risk reward model as well. So we're saying that integrated project delivery is a major game changer. And back in 2016, Brendan Bechtel got up in front of us at our CII annual conference and told us our house was on fire. You know, when a leader of an organization like Bechtel tells us that our house is on fire, and not you know, the owners that are telling us our house is on fire, then, you know, it's certainly time to listen. So we're saying with a collaborative model like I2PD, you know, will translate into better performing projects and provide the owner and the parties with early certainty. And the key word there is early. Okay, so what is I2PD? I broke it down into three aspects. It's the contracting element. You know, everybody's working what's best for project and not what's best for me. There's an alignment amongst all the parties, you know, that are incentive based on performance. The multi stakeholders within that team, you know, have one single objective, and they're all working towards that single objective is, you know, planning and executing that project, you know, in a successful manner. Full transparency, you know, completely open book Not all parties are willing to work in that type of model. But there are a number of parties, and it's very transparent when you're going through the evaluation process. You know which parties are open to transparency. And last thing is the balanced risk reward scheme. Okay? The process, you know, it employs early collaboration, but it also aligns the business interests of not just the owner's business interests, but the parties or project participants' business interests as well. Designing to budget versus you know, writing a specification, floating that specification out on the street, getting your fixed price, come in and building your budget based on the design. In this case, the budget is predetermined, and then you're challenging the designers, the engineers, the contractors that are sitting with them as well, to come up with a design that will fit within that budget. And then you're applying a number of the lean tools and techniques, which I'm going to show later on as well. But the biggest aspect here is the behaviors. Okay? So you want to create a one-team approach. Okay? You want to put all of the team together early on to plan, design, and then ultimately execute and close out this project. But it's all parties sitting around the table together, and input from all parties versus input at certain parties along the project life cycle. Okay, full open communication. Okay, flat organization. Okay, and a cross-functional group. You know, tailored for those specific project goals. So where did I2PD come from? The history of I2PD. Okay. So IPD has been around for 20 plus years in the commercial space, especially in the healthcare, building healthcare facilities higher, quality facilities faster, without any without cost increases, and overall customer satisfaction. Okay. Infrastructure and alliancing is started in the North Sea. It has since migrated to Australia and New Zealand, and it's used extensively down under. In the middle 90s, there was back-to-back earthquakes in Christchurch, New Zealand. They put together 324 alliances worth about 60 billion. They surveyed those particular alliances, and the outcome of that program, I'll call it, infrastructure program. There was an average of 3.5% cost savings, 2 to 7% schedule savings. But when they surveyed the residents of Christchurch, there was a 99.6%, almost 100% success rate. Okay? So we're saying both commercial IPD and civil infrastructure alliancing, the performance is based on the outcome of the project. So it's I2PD, we define it as a balancing of 9 principles, okay, that promote collaboration and integration. 5 of those principles are collaboration principles from commercial IPD, from continuous communication, jointly developed targets, early involvement of stakeholders, and collaborative and equitable decision making. And the latter 4 principles were taken from alliancing. Okay? Full transparency, financial transparency, which I talked about, shared risk reward, relational contracting, such as a multi-party agreement, and sharing of risk. So the evolution of our contracting methods, design, bid, build, and these types of contracting models have been around for 30, 40, 50 years. Right? On the left, these are bilateral contracts where you're pushing risk from the owner is actually trying to push the risk onto our contracting friends. It's a win-lose approach, and it's based on what's best for me. Through the center there's a bit of an overlap. EPCs and design build type models. You may use some early involvement of some of the key players. Co-location, you might do some front-end planning, team building, 3D modeling, etc. But on the right-hand side, I2PD, it's truly a relational type contracting through a multi-party agreement with shared risk reward. Like I said earlier, it applies many of the lean methods and tools, liability waivers. You're not going to sue one another, and you're going to put the project first versus putting yourself first. Okay, so it's a shifting from the left transactional type contracts over to the right, which are relational type contracting, and through collaboration and equitable decision making and putting what's best for project. There is an improved safety, early cost and schedule certainty, and an overall optimized design. So design, bid, build, which I just mentioned, it intentionally separates the owner, the designer, and the contractor. And it's reliant on very rigid specifications and controls. But we all know our specifications, as airtight as what we think they are, sometimes that's not the case. And the pushing or the transferring of risk is away from yourself, whereas through the center, design build or EPC type contracts put the designer and the contractor together, but it still intentionally separates the owner from those other one or two or three parties. IPD, it's a total risk sharing agreement or model where the owner, designer, contractor, equipment supplier, they're all together planning and executing this work. The level of trust, I'll say, is a key component here, especially with the sharing of risk. And that level of trust, do you have it right out of the gate? Absolutely not. It takes time to build this level of trust, and then once that trust has been established, it's much easier then to share that risk versus pushing that risk. Nope. Doing a time check here. Okay, so when to use I2PD? When risk can't be adequately defined, or you can't totally transfer those risks onto your contractor friends, and contractors are our friends. You know, I'm speaking from an owner's perspective here. Or you want to start the project right away. Okay, you haven't fully defined scope, so you want to bring the parties in early. You want to go through your scope development. So the key is to assemble your I2PD team early on. Okay. We've identified through our CII research that these are the top 21 collaboration and integration methods. Okay. We did not invent these. Okay. These are a lot of the lean methods that we've indicated that are of value, and in the presentation this afternoon, I'm going to talk a little bit further about some of our research in the application of these principles and methods. So what's the difference between I2PD in comparison to commercial IPD or civil infrastructure or alliancing? Okay. So commercial projects, what we found through our research, are more closely linked to mitigating design risk, whereas civil infrastructure projects rely more on the mitigation of construction risk. Okay. We've also identified that depending on the complexity and depending on the level of risk, there's more of a tendency to implement those collaboration and integration methods and principles, which I talked about earlier. So we've combined both design risk and construction risk, hence the I2PD model, where we want to mitigate, especially in these brownfield type projects in the industrial sector. There's both design and construction risk, but the same can be applied to new builds or greenfield type projects. So the multi-party agreement, that pulls it all together, and that's how this model is implemented. It ties together the parties, the principles, the methods, building of trust, to plan and execute the work, and with that mindset of what's best for me. So the collaboration and integration, that's the foundation. The 9 principles, those are the pillars, and that the business case is built upon. And then the delivery or the execution of the project, that is where the 21 methods, and we're not saying all 21 methods apply to every project, absolutely not. But we are saying that those 21 methods, they are what we found are the top 21. Okay, so the I2PD collaborative contracting, is between the owner and the key suppliers with defined roles and responsibilities. And again, it's the balancing of those 9 principles and the 21 collaboration and integration methods that promotes team collaboration and integration, with a risk reward model that we're saying, severely eliminates claims. Okay. We're not saying I2PD, and we're not even saying IPD is applicable for every project. There's still a need for traditional type projects, whether it be EPC, design bid build, whatever. But with more and more projects becoming more complex, we are saying that I2PD or collaborative type model is better suited. Okay. So the benefits increase certainty, and that goes for the owner and our contracting friends. It protects our contractors. It provides our contractors with cost and schedule certainty as well. Okay? It incentivizes all of the parties to work for one single goal, and that's through a foster of a collaboration environment. So to wrap things up here, I2BD certainly does increases the speed of the planning and execution of the work. It's a fully transparent contracting model, and it delivers project outcome success certainty. Sorry, especially in two areas: cost certainty. Early cost certainty and improved schedule certainty.
Bruce, thank you very much. The way we're going to handle it, Bruce, is we're going to go ahead and take a brief network break. Eastern time, 12:50, 10 minutes to 1. We will start, and we will start with the panel with Bruce and Patrick, and Charlie Dunn, you'll lead the questions. We do have a couple of questions, one from Mike Brookshire for Patrick, and one that came in from Jaron Vanderhoff from Interstates for Bruce. So you can take a look at those on chat while we're on break, and we'll go ahead and restart here in about 20 minutes.
Very good.
Thank you. Nice job, Bruce. Appreciate it. Patrick, welcome back. I see you both. We'll go ahead and we had a couple of lingering questions from the earlier presentations. I like to go back and revisit those. Then we did get a series of some statements and comments that we like to open it up for you, Bruce and Patrick, and Charlie will go ahead and lead forward from there then for the next half hour if we could. Okay, Patrick, this was just going back up. It's from Mike Brookshire. Okay, it's from Mike Brookshire, Florida Stork. What is the experience of the group regarding bid solicitations? Are our subcontractors bringing innovative, modern construction ideas to proposals versus just the lowest cost? We were wondering, Patrick, if you had a viewpoint on that.
Yeah, I'm not seeing as much of that in North America. It might be changing a little bit. I am working with a couple of parts of the U.S. government, but I do see a fair amount of it in Europe, Northern Europe in particular. In the UK, for example, the government is actually sponsoring and funding research into modern means of construction. And then they build in requirements in their projects to follow through. So there's research done about modular offsite. They come up with standards the government approves of, and then on government projects. So an example of that is, okay, there's an initiative for schools. I think there's one for housing, and I'm just now getting involved with one for hospitals. So they will have specific ways that they want these projects delivered, and that'll be written into the contract. So I see it happening internationally. I don't see it happening as much in the US. Charlie, maybe you see it more often than I do.
Okay. Mike, does that capture what you were looking at? I see your head nodding, so that's good.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, excellent.
Thank you.
Okay, I just want to make sure, Shane Ray, if you can give me a thumbs up if we've answered your question prior to that. Do you have an anticipated cost? Patrick did address that. If we want to carry it forward more, we can. If you could just re-ask the question, I can look at it and go from there. This one, Bruce, is directed to you. It's from Jaron Vandenhoff from Interstates.
Mm-hmm.
We're in IPD, electrical engineering construction, and process automation firm specializing in industrial projects. Bruce, as you think about your customer base, what percentage of their capital spend are they executing in I2PD? And perhaps you can reduce this question to the owner members on this call as well. So I guess Procter & Gamble, Merck, and other owners on the call, if you want to chime in after Bruce, that'll be great.
Yeah, so the contracting model is driven by the owner, okay? And, I'm going to split it up, Canada and US. In Canada, there's, IPD is relatively immature, right? There's a number of IPD projects, and it is picking up, some interest and some momentum, but it's solely driven by the owners. And there's a lot of owners that are mindset, work in a collaborative type model and giving up some of that freedom of working collaboratively versus I don't like to say dictate, but taking instruction and direction from the owner. So there's very few pure I2PD projects right now. We're working with a few clients. I'm going to talk about one this later on in the summit, and I'm going to present a case study. But there's more and more owners that are certainly looking at the model. Everybody's aware of IPD, based on the commercial success. There's a lot of owners that are looking at alliancing and partnering as well. More in the US, certainly than up here in Canada. But I2PD, it didn't exist until just a few years ago, when we took commercial and commercial IPD and civil infrastructure and alliancing and married them together. So to directly answer your question, there's not many, but there's certainly a lot of owners that are just sitting on the fence. They just haven't fully committed yet. On the contractor side, I'll say there's way more interest and not interest, but willingness on the contractor side than the owner side at this point. Hope that answers the question. You're on mute, Joe.
Hey, Joe, we can't hear you.
Sorry about that. I've run into the same thing that you all do too at times. We received under the Q&A screen from John Strickland, and it might be good to lead into the broader discussion with the panel. John Strickland states, perhaps the multi-party contract isn't as important as the fact that the participants would be willing to sign it. Maybe key is not so much the contract language, but the behaviors and processes of a team focused on the owner's goals. While not discounting the multi-party ideal, we shouldn't forget there are numerous commercial arrangements that can create the benefits of the behavior. Adding on that point, I just raise it up. Adding on that point is that you don't need to abandon the great things about I2IPD if you can get your organizations to sign a multi-party agreement. I'd like to open up the interactive discussion around that. Bruce, it was more directed towards you, so I would let you go first, and then Patrick, if you have things that you'd like to add in that type of a scenario, that'd be well. Palmer did copy it on the chat box as well, so you should be able to see either screen yourselves directly. And then I'll turn it over to you, Charlie, to go ahead and lead forward with some of the questions that you had. And Rob Wagner did provide a comment and a further explanation question to Bruce maybe towards the end of the discussion before we end.
Okay, you want me to kick it off?
Yes, please.
Okay. Before I do, I got to say hi to my Canadian friend Robert. I should have done that much earlier. I agree 100% with John. We're not saying I2PD or IPD is a fit for every project. Absolutely not. But what we are saying is, even in those traditional models, and I'm just reaffirming what John has already said. You know, the principles, some of those principles, a number of those methods, but the key word is culture. Adapting to a more collaborative type and trusting type culture in a traditional delivery method is most beneficial. Okay, you know, where you're not drawing the line in the sand, and it's not this all the time. There has to be, you know, in the traditional models, more of a collaborative, trusting type atmosphere, and that starts right at the you know, during the RFP process as well. I've sat as an owner, and now I'm sitting as a consultant. You know, there's I won't say there's a number of games that go on, but there is a number of games that go on, and you know, there's a lot of very respected contractors, equipment suppliers, etc. And they will share some shortfalls in those specifications during the RFP process. But then there's those that you know, will sit in the weeds as well. And you know, once the work is awarded and you're into the execution phase, you know, that's when those transactional type contracts can become very adversary. But you know, taking some of the or making a culture shift in a traditional model, you know, benefits not just the owner, but contracting friends as well.
I would like to interject one thought that I think then will connect this to Patrick as well, coming from what I know John's observed and I've observed. And it was interesting, Bruce, I didn't see modularization or earlier alignment on modularization. Perhaps I missed it in the list of the key factors for integration. But recently saw a fascinating presentation by Jacobs where essentially an unintended outcome of a modularization strategy was much better integration in ways they had not seen before, because it forced them to pull forward trade partner insight, et cetera. So perhaps both of you could talk to that, and I would just, what we're observing, because yes, everyone agrees we're better off when we integrate, but that rather than having a strategy around integration, maybe we're better off simply doing the things that require integration, and we get there faster.
So I hope you can hear me okay. I've got a thunderstorm going on in the background here in Charlotte today. The first thing I'd say about IPD is, and I'm going to speak from where I spent most of my career in the role of an architect. We very often would help create the list of potential contractors for a project based on our historical experience. And I was certainly in the position a number of times to recommend removing contractors from a list because of either their ability to collaborate well or their performance on similar projects. So I partly agree with what John's saying about the attitude of collaboration comes first, but I think the incentives are also important. And I think there's some good examples where there's a potential savings to be reached and the savings is shared through the collaboration. I think the collaboration also has to go beyond just the general contractors. I think there's a number of key subcontractors that need to be included early in the process. And to Charlie's point, you can't really do modular without including the key subcontractors, because modular, as I've said earlier, is not carving up space. It's taking a reusable multi-systems product and designing it for generalized use first, and then how it's going to be applied to a specific project second. You can't do that without the whole team at the table. And it's almost like you need to have a new contract that has separated out those requirements, that bind together shop drawings and construction drawings, and come up with product solutions for multiple projects first, and then go after the individual projects separately. So we don't yet have those kinds of contracts, but I think that's the kind of need we have, and the way we need to move beyond just IPD.
I'll just add to that, you know, regarding multiple projects. You know, we do see collaborative contracting, you know, very beneficial for a program versus a specific project. In that case, Charlie, to answer your modularization, for sure, you know, if you're building a number of LNG plants or whatever type of facility over and over and over again, you know, it lends well to a program, you know, and there are benefits of working across, you know, multiple states or provinces or whatever, you know, with the same team from project to project to project. Absolutely. Even within the case study that I'm going to talk about this a little later on, you know, it's a multi-unit hydroelectric station where they're executing one generator overhaul per year, you know, and standardization across all of those 8 generating units is critical. Okay. There certainly is an opportunity for AWP, advanced work packaging. You know, initially with our research, AWP was not included. You know, at one time we call it workplace planning, but we've since expanded our 20 methods to 21. Because we do see a fit and a benefit of AWP in this space.
Okay, Robert, can you speak to your question? And what I'm going to do for time, Robert, is let you speak to your question and give you one follow-up. I see you laughing, Joe. I'm learning from you.
Sorry, Rob.
All right, Robert, can you come off mute and speak to your question? I hope we didn't catch him on a...
I don't see him on my screen, Charlie.
All right, yeah, I see him blacked out.
I see him there, but it's blacked out. Yeah, so he's probably not there.
All right, so
come back
to give my best shot with PTAG. The AHHA for me is that he said it references the difference he discussed with IPD versus I2PD was the risk sources. In base IPD, the engineering risk drops dramatically, but you're left with construction risk. In I2PD, both engineering and construction risk remains through the life of the project. So any further explanation to this shift in risk and the risk through the life cycle?
Yeah, sure. So, you know, there's great benefit of having the contractors and trade partners sitting alongside the designer early on in the project and designing out issues long before the contractors are mobilizing to site. Okay, so you know, that is certainly a given here. Okay, and is proven to be with great success, very beneficial. Okay. With a commercial building, it's a vertical building. You're building floor after floor after floor after floor. And Patrick spoke of this during his presentation. There's a lot of commonalities with a commercial type building. Once you get the first 1 or 2 floors and the subgrade completed, it's very repetitive. Okay? Whereas, and with a healthcare facility, you want to design that facility, to include all of the owner's requirements early on, and you want to design a facility that and optimize that design that will benefit ultimately the owner and those less fortunate enough that will be utilizing that facility. Okay. On the other side, so that addresses the design risk. Okay. On the other side, in industrial, both brownfield and greenfield, perhaps greenfield type projects, there's a lot of construction risk. Okay. And in an operating facility, whether it be a mining facility or manufacturing facility or a power generation plant, you're going to be executing work within a facility that's still in operation. So there's a lot of construction risk associated with that, and a lot of planning, upfront planning to mitigate that construction risk. Okay? But there's also an element of design risk as well. So what we're saying with I2PD, it addresses both the design risk and the construction risk with these 9 utilizing and implementing at the right intensity these 9 principles and methods.
All right, Robert, any follow-up? If not, I'm going to move to a question Al had. So Al's concerns kind of practical. One of the drawbacks to IPD or any reimbursable contract type is invoicing, any remedies. And Al, if we don't fully investigate this, you get another shot at a later afternoon panel as well. So any thoughts on the invoicing and IPD contracts?
Sure. So, depending on how the contract is set up, depending on the parties, depending on the core team, it could be milestone based, it could be progression based as well for invoicing based on percentages of completion per month or whatever. But the invoicing, then the approval for invoicing is decided by the core team. And what I mean by the core team, it's the owner PM and the parties PMs as well. Okay? They're all fed information through the project controls, systems, processes, or whatever. But ultimately, it's the core team that decides, the level of effort and progression that has been made, and whether it triggers a payment for invoice. It's quite simple.
Okay, good. Well, Joe, for time, and I've run a little long, and I'll be okay because I think I can do this exercise in 30 minutes. But personally, I want to thank both Bruce and Patrick. Always great, Patrick, to learn from you and think about where we can get to, but still, you can appreciate with this lean and continuous improvement mindset of frustration that it's taking us longer than we thought to get there. And then Bruce will look forward to some more later this afternoon. For everyone, and I guess, like I said, I've got a little bit more time. Any closing remarks, Patrick, before before we move on to the next exercise?
There was a question from John, so let me just close on that. He was asking about Tesla.
Yeah.
And their market capitalization is more than Ford and GM now. So they're very highly valued. And if you think about the approach to innovation, Tesla from the outset was only going to make all electric vehicles. Ford and GM are actually making them now because they can't sell their products in China unless they do. So it's not that they've suddenly decided the electric market's good, it's they've been forced to do that. So I think there's a good analogy there to what will happen in the construction market. We can either do what ought to be done and benefit by being early in the market, or we can wait until we're obsolete, as I think Ford and GM have, and then try to play catch up. But I think that's what happens in other types of manufacturing, to me, is a good warning signal for what can happen in construction. I think that's it for me today, Charlie.
Good.
Hey, Charlie.
Thanks again.
I gotta see if I'm muted or not. I'm unmuted. There is one last question I'd like to capture while we have the two gentlemen there. We'll give you more time so you can finish your next one, and we'll make it up at the end. This is from Dave Crumrine from Interstates. For you two gentlemen, Bruce and Patrick. It feels like IPD has more focus on offense, getting what we want, and the balance in the past has been on defense, avoiding what we don't want specifically. Is it time for a balanced game? And that's the question. Isn't it time for a balanced game of both sides? And this will be the last question for these two gentlemen here at this time.
Yeah, you're correct. You know, working in a adversary environment, you know, we've all had very successful projects, and in a traditional model, when you have project success, everybody's happy. Okay, owners happy, contractors happy, equipment suppliers are happy, engineers are happy, everybody's happy. Okay. But when projects go off the rails, and I don't know about you guys, but I've had some projects go off the rails in my career, not so much. Okay, and you want to forget about them. Okay? So in the IPD model, or collaborative contracting model, you know, it's also been identified, not just customer satisfaction, but the enjoyment of the team working together, and the friendships that are built during these times of working in this type of model. Okay, does that happen all the time? No, it doesn't happen all the time. Okay, but it probably happens more time than not than in a traditional model. And I think there's I read a study one time, not too long ago, about the effects of working in this type of collaborative model, and you know, how much more enjoyable it was for not just for the team, but all the parties as well.
So I kind of closing comment on that, and to connect Bruce's presentation and mine together in a way. I think one of the challenges with things like IPD is it's focused on the short-term benefit of when the construction's done. Let's divvy up the rewards. But if we go back to the case I made about elevators and other building systems, where it's not just a 10% profit margin for 2 years, it's a 30% profit margin for 30 years. There's so much higher value over the life of the building that the participants that made that happen should share in, you know, the 30-year benefit. We do not have those kinds of contracts today. It's a big failing in our industry, but you certainly have them in areas of manufacturing. I think IPD and those kinds of systems would be more beneficial if you had the royalties for a long period of time, and the quality of the work you did reflected your royalty participation. And we're just not there yet.
Okay. Thank you, gentlemen, both. I greatly appreciate it. Charlie, back to you in your next presentation. And thank you, Bruce. Thank you, Patrick, and all the people providing questions and answers.
All right, so we're going to go a decidedly different direction just for 30 minutes here, and then we'll come back to some more kind of specific contract and approach conversations about lean. We want to do a little exercise with something called 5S. So if you look in your chat, there is a link and it will take you to Menti, and I'm actually going to present and manage today from Menti. So you'll from there be guided through the slides, and I'll talk to you what we're going to do. So it's going to challenge you a little bit technically if you don't have an iPad or tablet and you haven't gotten a chance to print out the PDF, because you're going to need to have that PDF open and you're going to need to have Menti open, but we'll get through it. Normally I'm doing this in a room. We have teams of 4 to 6 seated at tables. Each team works through this exercise and scores as a team. And in the room, you can appreciate the disadvantage I'm at now. I'm looking for the frustration, because we're doing this exercise to create that frustration and then demonstrate that without changing condition by certain lean principles embodied in 5S, we can change our outcomes. So my goal is to get through this with you guys. One, see how Menti works with a group like this virtually. Now twice, Al and Robert and Joe and I have planned for what we might do in person and then have scaled it back for virtual. So if I can see in chat, if anyone has trouble getting to either the PDF or, all right, I'm seeing from Adam, you can't see the link to the Menti, so I'm going to post that again. So right now I'm posting the link to the Menti. I've got a couple of questions in there up front, just get your juices flowing, comfortable using Menti. First one is, how optimistic are you? It's going to jump to a second one once I'm pretty comfortable. We've got most people in Menti. And then we'll roll pretty quickly through this exercise. And then, so just you're aware, all I'm going to monitor, well, Joe, can everyone chat to me, or can only panelists and can attendees chat to me? I'm not going to, I guess what I'm saying is I'm not going to monitor the Zoom Q&A. So I'm going to be running
yes,
for Menti.
Yes.
And if you got a question, put it in the Zoom chat and I'll try to monitor that as well. Sound good?
Mm-hmm.
All right. So if we go over to Menti, I will be taking this to presentation mode. Looks like we got 17 responses. I'm going to give us 10 more seconds to get your answer in. How optimistic are you today? Meh, life is okay, future will be awesome. It's good with a lean group that we're going to have too many meh answers. All right, good. Next question, a little more thinking. Quickly, give us 3 words to describe lean in construction. You can be positive or negative here, but just 3 words that come to mind when I say lean in construction. Give you a minute here to think, you know, what are words that, you know, to you describe lean in construction? All right, I always like seeing visualize pop up there, collaborative. Joe, I guess I'm wrong. There you go. Joe is messaging me, can you carry forward someone we just talked about to your 5S? I was like, that moves us a little different direction, where we got collaborative. I think hopefully what's coming from this is a lot of what we do with lean are, you know, these are things we're aspiring to. This idea of continuous improvement, of recognizing that we can do better. I like whoever put in there smooth. It's very important. We've been blocked a couple times trying to do a tact, you know, simulation. Eventually, we're going to do this in person with CURT. It'll be very valuable. Okay, great. So hopefully that's got your juices flowing. So I'm going to move on. And now we're going to do this before we do this exercise and after. So there is no wrong answer here. Just quickly to you, what is 5S and why does it matter for construction? It's fine if you say, I don't know what 5S is, or if you've got a, you know, kind of quick personal definition and then something about why does it matter for construction. And we'll hopefully have a little more specific answer to this once we've worked through this exercise. Perfect. That's easy. All right, that's a good one place for everything. Everything in its place. It's a good summary. Streamlined approach to everything in its place. Why does it matter? Construction is disorganized. That's good.
Charlie, can you share your screen? Because none of us can see these responses.
Oh, I apologize. I thought that Minty would. So when you guys are on Minty, you're not seeing the responses come in?
No,
All right.
we only see the questions and what we do.
All right. Very good. So I am learning.
Thanks, Al. I was on mute.
Let me share, and I'm going to go to this guy. All right. So you got it now? Cool. And I will share this out later as well. So let me go back one slide just so you guys can see what you came up with here. Apologies for that. All right, so good. So we're engaged with this thought about what is 5S. And so what we're going to do now is show you, and then we'll come back and describe what it is. There's this other important part of Lean about learning by doing. Go to the work. The work will show you how to do it. So now each of you should have this PDF either printed or open as a PDF. We'll have some simple instructions here. Let me close voting and advance one more. So we're going to go through 8 different pages. On each page, you'll strike through or circles numbers 1 through, et cetera. On a couple of later pages, I'll have slightly different instructions. So you're going to find these numbers in the order that we normally count. Stuff we've been doing since kindergarten, right? For most of the pages, you'll have 20 seconds. So I'll announce go, you'll have 20 seconds. At 10 seconds, I'll put on a countdown timer. Just be sure that the P number in the gray box in the top left matches. So if you're working from the PDF, you're actually going to go in reverse order. When I print these, they print in the right sort order so that you can simply take the top page and flip it over, and you'll see page 1, top page, flip it over, see page 2. On PDF, that simply means go to the last page. That'll be page 1, and then you'll work your way in reverse, 2, 3, etc. So we've got a little exercise here. This is what you should see in the top left corner, whether you're looking at the PDF or you're looking at printout. So if everybody can give me a quick yes if you see that, or no if you don't. Hopefully we got more than 4 of you who've gotten to the PDF. And again,
Yes.
understand a little bit of the technical challenge here. So I don't have any no's yet. That's good. I'll give us maybe 10 more seconds here, and then we'll jump right into page 1 or P1. And now I would like to, as we get ready to transition to this, in your minds, because we've come through some conversations this morning that are much more design and contract focused. Often I'm doing this with superintendents, field engineers, or construction focused, but when it's a larger audience, I'll open it up. The type of organization and challenge you're about to experience, you can put yourself in the mindset, if you often do this, of managing construction, of the field construction. You could also put yourself in the mindset of your managing design, and how do we get through design decisions. It applies equally to any type of system with processes where we have to move information and complete deliverables through the system. All right, so we're now on page 1. You're going to have 20 seconds to find and strike through, starting with number 1. Go as high as you can. Ready and go. All right, and we're now at 10 seconds remaining. So in 10 seconds, you'll stop looking for the next highest number. All right, and stop where you are, and just please enter in a range which number you received. Again, if I'm in a room here, I'm asking the table to give me their lowest number. So the table is graded on the lowest number of the group. I'll give you a connection to that in one of the later pages. So it looks like we're in majority 1 to 5 range. Got a few 6 to 10s. We got somebody who maybe has done this before who got 16 or higher. Adam Hoots, I'm looking at you. So very good. Now this next one, please take a little time and let's get some good feedback. jumping to the next question, which was, how does this remind you of a job site or design team? So think about what frustrated you about this and maybe give just a specific, hey, this reminds me of, or lean is about stories if a specific story comes to mind. You know, what about this resonates or felt like things you've seen recently? Pure chaos without method for the madness. There it is. We've often said that, you know, structure reminds us of chaos. Did I have the right info? Should I go and look again? That's good. Disorganized, hard to find stuff. Was it set up for success? That's brilliant, right? There was no planning for this to be a successful endeavor. It seems like everything was a mess. We'll leave the election alone for now, but I can understand that. Couldn't even find where to start. What happens when we have a scope chain? Okay, great. So, and again, this is the value of an exercise like this. We've created similar challenges in process. We haven't replicated the exact site conditions. We haven't replicated exact work steps, but we've created frustration with the process. So now we'll close voting and we'll go on to P2. So P2, if everybody can get that one ready, and now the exact same exercise, exact same amount of time, and start now. And 10 seconds left. Find those numbers. We've been doing this all our lives. Just counting. All right, stop. And on P2, quickly pick the range for the highest number you got to. Seem to be shifting up. All right. Looks like maybe we had some trigger fingers because we had that. There comes our 16 or higher. All right. So we've done a little better. So let's take a little bit of time and think about why. What made this a little bit easier than P1? Don't overthink it. There's a couple, one or two changes you might recognize. Fewer inputs, less variables, less clutter. Clearer vision, right? So the power of getting rid of waste, the power of letting people see the work clearly. All right, awesome. So now let's go to P3. Same thing, get ready on P3. And when I'm in person with teams, I'm often moving really fast through this, almost trying to create that stress pressure of the job site. I'm, believe it or not, going a little bit slower with you guys and how we move through it. I will though drill in if somebody hasn't improved much and ask why, to try to get those, kind of personal, what's really frustrating about this. But anyway, P3, ready and go. And 10 more seconds on P3. Usually on P3, I'm looking for something to happen at each table as well. Okay, and stop. So let's get, what was your range? 1 through 5, 6 through 10, 11 through 15, 16 or higher. How did you do on P3? Okay, we had one that dropped back to 1 through 5, and that's often not uncommon. Introducing these grid lines throws some people off. So there's a change, and that's a big aha, that coaching people through change, even when the change might be beneficial, because you can see overall we're starting to shift a little bit higher. I want to see. No, it doesn't work there the way I thought. All right. So, oh, there we go. Yeah, so it gives us a percentage. Cool. I'm still learning Minty. All right, so let's jump now. And what made P3 easier than P1 or P2? So for those of you who are starting to, go a little faster, what's making this easier? Okay, perfect. We had a pattern. And here's where I ask people at the table, because remember, if we're doing this at a table, I'm scoring the table by their lowest number. And I'll ask the person who says there's a pattern, as soon as you knew there was a pattern, did you tell everybody else at your table? Invariably, no, they didn't. They just stayed head down working on their own stuff, which is us in construction. Without these collaborative approaches and without these contracting methods, everybody benefits. We don't share the knowledge. We hoard it. So you get this aha opportunity there. So there's an order in the grid. So if you guys haven't seen it, that order in the grid goes, and now I've got to go look at it. So give me just a second. It goes 1 bottom left, then 2, then 3, then you come to the middle, 4 bottom middle, then 5, then 6 in the grid, then the right hand side 7, 8, 9, and then it repeats. So you've got a grid and you've got a pattern. And now I always introduce this thing I'm passionate about, which is tact, where now we've got small batch and we've identified a flow. So simply by, instead of looking at one area, we've created it into 9 areas, we're getting efficiencies. So now we're going to go and we're going to do the exact same thing again. So P4 is 100% a replica of P3, which if you're catching on, the numbers are actually a replica of P1 and P2. So ready and go. 20 seconds on P4. And 10 seconds remaining. All right, and stop. So on P4, what was your highest number? Be careful, I've changed the ranges. 1 through 10, 11 through 20, 21 through 30, and 31 or higher. Look at there. We got some guys going up in 31 or higher, real overachievers here. Now that we have a pattern and we have small batch. But what is true? We haven't changed the conditions. The core conditions for the numbers we're looking at have not changed. We've simply applied a different strategy, small batch and flow. Small batch and flow can help us even when there is chaos. So this excuse that construction is always different, construction is always chaotic, does not excuse us working toward a different outcome, applying 5S and lean principles. Now let's go to P5. And on P5, there's going to be a little bit of difference once I say go. So just be ready for it. I'm going to ask you to jump out of sequence and identify 2 numbers. So I've given you a fair warning and start. Stop and strike through number 6. Continue. All right, 10 seconds remaining. Stop and strike through number 25, and then continue where you left off. And stop. Okay, now how do we do? Same ranges, 1 through 10, 11 through 20, 21 through 30, 31 or higher. For most of you, that number is going to go down. Sometimes it's significant. And what do we learn from this? We can't talk through it, but what do we learn? Out of sequence information, out of sequence work, interruption to flow is very harmful to our process. Now go to P6. Ready and go. And the obvious thing here is that this is very easy. Anyone can do it. And so here we stop and we ask the question, how does this feel compared to how you felt on that first page? So this is a feeling question, not a knowledge or a facts or even opinion question. Just how did you feel when you looked at P6 and you had to strike through those numbers in sequence as compared to hunting and finding? Life is back to normal, simple, much better flow, happier, confident. And the big question for us in construction is, why can't we show up this way? Why can't we plan our work, buy out our work, prefab our modules, feed the site so that guys show up, women show up, and there's confidence in here's how we're going to work today. Everybody has everything they need to do their job, and life just flows. So we can apply lean to bad conditions and do better. But what if we can change the conditions using principles like this? All right, now let's go to P7. Here you get 40 seconds And the challenge on piece 7 is you need to find the missing numbers. Ready and go. And here you're going to see a countdown timer starting at 30 seconds. And 30 seconds remaining. So you're simply trying to find the 2 missing numbers. All right, coming to 10 seconds remaining to find the 2 missing numbers. All right, closed here. Just real quick, enter in the numbers you think are missing. You can type them in as numeric. We got a 2, we got an 18, we got a 15, we got a lot of 18s, not sure's, 2 and 9. Now, maybe our lesson here applies more to design. You know, what is the impact of looking for information? It's a bad condition. You've got all this stuff and you need to figure out what's missing, but how often is that what we do to construction and trade partner teams, you know, coming out of design? Didn't finish, 40 seconds, couldn't finish. All right, this is awesome. So now let's go to P8. Even this, seemingly, impossible challenge, find what's missing in 40 seconds. If we've created flow and standardization, even really bad things like missing information are immediately visible. So coming off of P8, answer this question briefly. How does standardization and flow help with missing information or with disruption? You've experienced this, now you can feel it. And that's really the goal of doing these simulations with Lean. Give everybody in the room the chance to feel the difference. Yeah, variation is evident. I like that one, whoever gave us that. Simplifies seeing it. It's easily recognized. This is a key thing. The more we lean in and learn about the Toyota way, was this idea that continuous improvement is the house standardization built. The and-on was you pull that cord because you see that the standard is not being met. All right, great. So now you're ready for the 1-page primer on what is 5S. Everybody said they didn't know 5S, and it's this. Number 1, you sort. So you put like things together. Number 2, you set an order. You create a flow. What is the proper sequence? Number 3, you shine. You make it clean. So you're not having to worry about trip hazards, and you're also not having to worry about dust, clutter, trash, waste. Number 4, you standardize. You want everybody who comes in every day to be able to do it this way. And then number 5, you sustain. So that's 5S. All I've tried to do here today is give you a little bit of a hook to want to learn more and to think through how you can apply this. I've got a few more questions, so hang with me, and then we'll get back to some awesome conversations. Come back to where we started. What is 5S and why does it matter for construction? I'm not asking you to give me the 5. You can Google that now. But in your mind right now, what is 5S based on what you've just been through, and why does it matter for construction? And these may be personal. There may be specific things you're thinking about. I run right now to it matters because it gives us this opportunity to standardize and identify variance. All right. Is this one not accepting input? There we go. We got one. We got clarity. Okay. For sake of time, I'm going to move on. You guys get it, right? We understand 5S better than when we started this. Makes work easier. Absolutely. There's this other part about workforce development and the challenge we have with labor and construction. It gives you a place to show up and work with pride. And that's going to become more and more important. That opportunity to be in a place where there's pride and there's quality and there's craftsmanship. You go back to Joe here, I'll connect back into one of the images from Patrick, the difference of that factory versus the job site. All right. With Lean, we always do something called plus delta. So here, I would appreciate your feedback and just type these in. We're not going to do a plus side and a delta side, but just things you liked about this, or things that were frustrating, or things like, hey, Charlie, think about this next time. This is obviously my first time to try this many Minty slides. You know, I've done this with smaller groups where I simply went around and I could see everybody and they would tell me their number when we did it virtually. Robert, we did that with your guys at Procter & Gamble. Yeah, so any things say, hey, definitely keep this, or maybe think about shifting this. Yeah, flipping between the screens. If I had to do over, I probably would have maybe done a couple of emails out to say, hey, you might enjoy this better if you've got the paper or the iPad option. Good, yeah, that plus on a simple exercise, that's what we're finding. You know, construction's challenging. We need these simple simulations. We call it our TED Talk rule. Any simulation, you should get to the aha in 18 minutes or less. You know, bringing builders in and sitting them down for 4 to 8 hours for simulation may not be the best approach to getting buy-in. The delta, not being able to see. Okay, it sounds like I wasn't the only one to. It's almost like we need a coach on how to Minty. So good, thanks. Somehow incorporate the PDF right into Mentimeter. There's a good idea. The image can go there. I'll check and see if there's a way to mark up, and maybe, and we're all kind of on this journey. If this virtual world continues, how do we create these experiences not being virtual? All right, awesome. I really appreciate this feedback. And then one last question. And I've got a Starbucks gift card on the way to the best answer to this question. How can you use 5S to improve something today? While you were going through this, you had this aha, like, wow, I'm facing this challenge on a team right now, and you want to put this in here. And this is there's no like democracy here. This is Charlie Dunn special. It's going to pick the favorite one and get you a Starbucks card. But think about, how can I use 5S to improve something today? Man, you guys are making me feel guilty. If you could see my desk right now. I got like Post-it note explosion. I did pull the wallpaper off behind me, but it's on every other wall. That's good. Anybody thinking about anything in design? With 5S. Gangbox, that's good. Somebody working the field. Organized so that anybody can access them. Yeah, and this is another point of lean. Anytime we're doing these lean learnings, you want to find a put it in action opportunity, call to action for that day. Run the 5S with the team. I like that one. All right, I'll leave this last one open. I'm going to stop sharing so you guys can continue to contribute. Then I believe what I can do with Minty is at the end of this, I can package it into a PDF, send it out to Joe. Joe can distribute it. And then that, that PDF 5S game, I don't know how far back that goes. Somebody taught it to me. Feel free to take it, use it. Don't even need to attribute that one to DPR. But I hope it's something that'll be valuable as you work to communicate lean principles to your teams.
Okay, Charlie, great. Send that in. I appreciate it. And then we'll make sure that we get it out to everybody that has attended. And if you have the outline on how you held this, as you just stated, that would be great, where we can find the exercise. So thank you, Charlie. Great job, everybody participating. Great job. Appreciate it. Okay, Bruce, I'd like to go back to you. If you can go ahead and request the screen, and we'll move to your second presentation. Excellent.
You can see okay?
Okay, screen came up. If you could put it in presentation mode, that'll be perfect.
There we go.
Perfect. Thank you. Back to you.
Okay, thanks again, folks, for having me. I'm not going to go through my introductory bio again. I'll go through our case study agenda, and this presentation is our CII research and one of our case studies. Okay, so why I2PD? Phase one of our CII research, the case study itself, the big room activities, the joint risk assessment tool and pool that was developed, I2PD costs, the tools and templates, some of the critical success factors, the I2PD benefits, and then the last few slides I'm going to talk about our phase 2 of our research, which we're in right now. So why I2PD? I mentioned this earlier this morning. You know, commercial IPD has proven and, you know, has been successful in the project world, or in the commercial sector. Major findings in a study has shown that construction projects using commercial IPD has shown a striking uniformity of success for all projects in the study, regardless of the project type, scope, location, etc. But one of the big ones was the previous experience with IPD. I2PD takes it, you know, that little bit further in the industrial sector, and we say it's a great fit for some of our challenging, more complex type projects. So a little bit about phase 1 of our research. This was kicked off back in 2016 with CII. And we ran this research team for approximately 2 years. One of the surveys that we sent out across all of the sectors, we had 85 respondents, and we were targeting project managers, senior project managers, and the average years of experience of the respondents was 29 years. So these guys and gals had a lot of experience. I'm sure they had a lot of stripes on their back, and they shared one specific project, what they would call their career project, where they used high amounts of collaboration and integration. And we asked those respondents to identify the top performing matrix that they determined to be a successful project. And these were the top 5: safety, quality, client satisfaction, but the big one was cost and schedule certainty. So this graph shows or indicates every one of those dots was one of those 85 projects. And you see in the top right quadrant, and as you come across the CI index, the collaboration and integration index, and the x-axis, and the y-axis is the performance of the project. That top right quadrant, or the bottom right quadrant, there's no projects that fail. And as you get above a collaboration index of 15, minimum of 15, and that's the principles and methods that I talked about earlier in the prior presentation, applying at least 15 of those principles, in combination of those principles and methods at the right intensity, you're setting yourself up for project success. Top left quadrant in the gray, you know, we've all had successful projects, but we've all had projects that, you know, were not quite as successful. The bottom left quadrant, that pink quadrant, we did find a correlation of project failure was due to poor project leadership. So the case study itself. This was a major power company. You know, it was a hydroelectric generating station refurb. Had a project budget of about 115 million. And I'm going to be talking about the goals, the obstacles that we found, the solutions, and then ultimately the results of this case study. So the goals, the owner when we asked them that what they were looking for out of running this pilot project, they weren't looking for a reduction in cost. That wasn't their number one concern. It was a concern, but it wasn't their number one concern. They were asking for certainty, both with cost and schedule. Okay, so tell me how much, and tell me how long it's going to take. Okay, so we integrated 4 key suppliers, that being an engineering team, equipment supplier, a constructor, and a QA/QC team. And those 4 plus the owner, they were the 5 parties in this project. Okay? And moving into the validation phase, they did some front end planning, and came up with an integrated schedule and estimate for the program. It was a 8-unit facility. Like I spoke about, executing 1 generator overhaul per year. And all of the proponents were willing to put 100% of their profits at risk in return for a portion of that savings. Okay. One of the other goals was to reduce the outage window from what had become the norm, which was 14 months, taking that unit out of service. From the time of shutdown to the time that unit was returned to service after commissioning was approximately 14 months. And of course, one of the other goals was to reduce the costs due to executing that work within an existing facility. Some of the obstacles that we were up against, there was multiple other projects being executed at the same time. There was very limited laydown areas and construction areas. It was a very, very tight facility. There was a goal of reducing the outage window from that 14 months down to 8 or 9 months. So they wanted to shave 5 months off that schedule. We had to fit this contracting model, an I2PD model, within the existing project management, procurement, governance, without revising or making adjustments to that governance. We had to fit this model within the existing governance. Some of the support organizations, when we first started socializing this idea of running this type of contracting model, there was resistance. And the last bullet there was a need for long-term monitoring throughout this project. So the process, ourselves, PTAG, we advised, facilitated, and coached, right from the early on life cycle of the project. We reviewed the owner's requirements. Then we went through the selection process. It had to be a competitive selection process in picking the team. Again, it wasn't based on lowest price. It was based on best fit. We facilitated that validation phase in developing the target price, schedule, and a number of the execution plans, which I'll talk about in a bit. At the same time, we worked with all the parties in negotiating the multi-party agreement, both with the owner and the 4 non-owner parties. Facilitated the pre-construction activities, engineering, procurement, the project execution plans, while all at the same time trying to drive down and reduce costs. And then facilitation support throughout the execution, startup, etc. So we also provided, in addition to the facilitative and coaching, we provided training and also some PMO services to what we call the subject matter experts. That they were the 4 parties and the team. That photo on the left is a picture of the facility. The problem with this facility, it's impacted by concrete growth. So the concrete continues to grow, and there was a realignment necessity, I'll say, every 15, possibly 20 years. You know, all of the exercises were run, you know, initially face-to-face in big rooms. Fast forward today, it's all run virtually. It's proven that big rooms can easily be you know, implemented and executed in a virtual fashion. So what were the results? The upfront procurement time was reduced by 7 months. And what I mean by that, we went from 0 into validation phase in 5 months, and working with this owner in a regulated you know, atmosphere. You know, going from 0 to validation phase in 5 months was unheard of. That would normally take a year plus. We provided not just the owner, but our contracting party as well with early cost and schedule certainty. The collaborative design, having all the partners sit during the design phase, they were able to extend the life between overhauls for an additional 5 years through some what we call hunting for opportunities. It was identified that if we replaced a critical piece of equipment with new versus refurbishment, it would extend the life of those major overhauls by an additional 5 years. The owner did a financial evaluation. It was a no-brainer, and they moved ahead with this additional scope item. Okay. What they realized coming out of the validation phase from RFP pricing, they realized a 32% cost reduction and a 36% schedule reduction. So the phases, the 4 phases, validation phase, kick it off with the kickoff meeting. It was a couple days. We did maturity assessment of the team. We set some values, did detailed design reviews, schedule reviews, estimates, risk reviews, and the contract review as well. And the output was this validation study, which all the parties agreed to and signed on, you know, regarding design, scope, finalizing scope, schedule, and cost. And that validation report was then presented to the owner. Moved into pre-construction phase, again, kickoff meeting, finalized the detailed designs. It's the first time this client ever had finalized details, designs, scope package, drawing package prior to moving into project execution. And I'm not going to go through all the bullets there, but the output was the project execution plan and the expected maximum price and the level 5 schedule. Construction phase, It entails the kickoff meeting, safety reviews, environmental reviews, community and stakeholder reviews. That was also critical for this particular project. Site logistics, I talked about, very, very tight working space. The payment certificates, I mentioned that earlier in my presentation. Change request refused. There is still a mechanism for change requests, whether it be owner driven with that new piece of equipment that I talked about, or a change request within the project. Okay? Quality inspection reviews, construction, work planning, co-planning, the 1, 2, 4, 6 week look aheads. And again, hunting for opportunities, okay? and not just concentrating on threats. Close out, pretty standard stuff. The punch list, there was an agreement made with the owner, and there was a 1/3 reduction in cost associated with warranty regarding the integrated risk plan, compounded with the owner accepting the unit to put it back into service with some outstanding punch list items. The demolition reviews, lessons learned, final completion of payments, etc. So the joint risk assessment tool that we use was Risky Project. Okay? It follows CII's best practice of risk management. I talk about hunting for opportunities. In this case, the focus wasn't strictly on threats or risk, but with collaboration with the owner, designer, the contractors, and the sub-trades, they came up with the idea how to extend the life of that unit by an additional 5 years. This is a living live document that is updated, carried through all phases of the project lifecycle. But the uniqueness of working in a collaborative fashion is we reduce the amount of contingency that was carried on this particular project with this integrated risk plan. And it was initially, we had each of the parties develop their independent risk plan, but when we brought the parties all together and they started open communication regarding risk, the amount of contingency and the ownership of that risk was enabled the dollar value associated with that risk to drop drastically. The risk pool wasn't developed or wasn't dictated by the owner. The risk pool was developed by the core team. 80% going to the non-owner parties and 20% going to the owner. What I will say is, there needs to be a big enough carrot there for the non-owner parties in hunting for ways and means to reduce schedule, reduce costs, without sacrificing quality or safety. There needs to be a big enough pot of funding there at the back end to drive that type of positive behavior. The costs associated with the project, the expected maximum price, it's full transparency of costs, totally open book. In this case, it was the constructor, equipment provider, engineering, QA/QC. It's not all equal. On top of the target cost is the integrated risk pool, and then each of those parties' profits is at the top end, which is 100% solely open book. So the progression of costing, right from the start of the project, you know, the owner identified what we call the allowable cost. Okay, so that was their budget. Okay. Through the validation phase, the expected cost came in lower than the allowable cost. Through pre-construction, the target cost was set even lower, and then an addendum made to the multi-party agreement for the expected maximum price. Through the construction phase, we have added some additional scope, all the while at the same time the forecast is this dollar value will be even lower than the EMP. Okay, the project isn't closed out yet, but you know, we're in the construction phase here. How the multi-party agreement you know, works in tying together those key definitions and the methods, you know, that has been instrumental in driving down this cost curve. So the multi-party agreement for I2PD, it didn't exist, you know, until we started this research. The research team was made up of academics and also industry leaders, owners, service providers, equipment providers, etc. There was 24 of us on the team, and we took a EPC and an alliance and a commercial IPD agreement, and that formed what we call the draft I2PD agreement. We had a legal team on the research team. That template was then further defined during this particular project with the owner, who Ontario Power Generation, and with the legal and commercial representatives from those four parties. And that was the template that was developed and ultimately agreed to and signed by all of the four parties. So the multi-party agreement, like I say, was for the four parties and for the owner, and it ties those principles and methods, you know, building trust to plan and execute the project on what's best for me versus what's best for project rather than what's best for me. And this is the table of contents from that multi-party agreement. Maturity model. Okay, maturity model was developed. You know, I talked about some owners. You know, they're not ready to move into a collaborative type contracting model. Okay, this maturity model, which we ran, helps us to determine those area of weakness, and then develop the planning to target those areas of weakness. Implementation, the methods that I've mentioned a number of times throughout these two presentations. This is how you organize and determine the best ways to implement these methods. What I will say, you know, the highest impact is to the far right and for collaboration, and to the top for integration. The level of effort needed to implement some of these methods is in a counterclockwise curve, with the easiest but the less impactive type methods being in the bottom left quadrant here, and the high impact methods being in the top portion of this graph. Okay, leadership. I spoke about leadership earlier. We've determined that to keep that project center focused, you need a strong leadership team. Whereas in a collaborative, integrative type model, the project is always kept center focused. Some of the critical success factors, and there's more. These next two slides are a couple of the more important ones that we've identified. The team values and the commitment, cultivating that environment of trust, a collaborative team with the right mindset. I will say, even from the owner side, from time to time, there's going to be individuals, not just an organization, but individuals on that team, that this is not a good fit. We're not saying that those individuals are poor performers, absolutely not. But what we are saying is you need individuals that want to think outside of that that traditional mindset and take off those traditional blinders. Okay, the decision makers, you want to drive down the decisions to the lowest possible level, especially in those big room activities. You want to eliminate the inefficiencies of making decisions. You want to remove the time lags in making these decisions. So you want to empower those that are in the big room to make those decisions, and willingness to adapt. I spoke about governance. There's sometimes multiple ways how you interpret it, how you interpret governance. Is there a willingness to stretch some of that governance, and is there a willingness to work more nimble? Open and transparency, I talked about that many times, and it's not a fit for all contractors, but those contractors that are don't take up any hesitancy with open and transparency, that is a big win for the team. And then the willingness to sink or swim together. Okay, the corporate culture, in implementing the principles and methods. Early participation in design, that is so key. Having the contractors sitting alongside of the engineering and design team. Technology as an integration tool for planning, controlling and monitoring and reporting on the project as well. What that tool is, it may not be the owner's tool. It could be one of the parties' tools. But as the core team would then determine which is the best fitted tool for this project. Senior executive support, it's key. The executives in this particular case study, I asked the president of the organization if he was happy with the way projects were being executed, and the answer wasn't no, but the answer was, we can do a better job. I said, well, you must be happy because we keep using the same contracting models over and over and over again. Lessons learned. There was two key lessons, that experienced organizations shared, and organizations that have experience with IPD. There's an open willingness to share these experiences. Okay. One of them was to reach out to other organizations that had the experience. And the other one, key lesson, was hire yourself a facilitator and coach. During those discussions in the validation and pre-construction activities, when you get into estimate discussions and open book that cannot be driven by the owner. It needs to be a third-party facilitator. Okay? Involve your support groups early. Don't exclude supply chain, legal, your PMs and your CMs, include them in the team. and if you use a multi-party agreement, we're not saying use a multi-party agreement and you must use I2PD. Absolutely not. Whatever collaborative model you work with, have those parties, management, the commercial, legal, and the IPD coach working to draft up those documents. So the benefits, early cost and schedule certainty and scope definition early on. Alignment of the business goals I talked about, the pool profit. Contractors will get paid. They're going to get their direct costs and their indirect costs. We want contractors to be successful as well. We're not in the business to put contractors out of business. Right? Managing risk collectively as one team, managing the risk, that is so key. And the culture factors when onboarding, and again, you may or may not pick the lowest price, but the key is to pick the right individuals, the right organization with the right culture that are going to work together. And you're not going to, and the last bullet there is you're not going to sue each other. So phase 2 of the research. We're in phase 2 of the research now. We know that there's a strong correlation with the CI index and project performance, but we want to validate these findings on live I2PD projects. Our essential question is there an increase in project success rates using I2PD? 341 data, that was phase 1 of the research, consistent with the results on live projects that apply some or all the principles and methods of I2PD. So we broke it down into a 2-step approach. The fundamental research, connecting the fundamental research with deployment or implementation. Okay, and we divided that into 2 steps. The first steps will just be an extension of our research, and the second step, and step 1 is funded by CII. The second step will be funded by the individual projects, and that will be out to an 8-year program. So the 2-year study, we want to find out the efficacy of those principles and methods. We want to determine what's a good fit for an I2PD project. I've said it before. We're not saying I2PD is a fit for every project. And then CII has a tool, a PDS tool, project delivery and contracting strategy tool, that helps you select which is the optimal contracting model to use for a particular project. I2PD is not in that model. IPD is not in that model. So we're working with this research team to update that tool. Validation of the proposed I2PD framework. What KPIs, what KRAs are we going to collect? And that must be consistent with the data that's collected in the CI data warehouse. Okay. And then we want to compare I2PD against IPD and alliancing. Right? And we'll do that through the pilot projects and the case studies. We're working on a guide to prioritize those 21 methods, 21 methods. We're going to be doing some case studies as well as the 30 pilot projects. And then that will be my ask. That's coming up in a slide or two. And this August, we got our preliminary findings that will be presented at the CII CURT annual conference. And then our final report and presentation will be at the 2022 annual conference.
Hey, Bruce, if I could ask you to kind of target the last thing we're going over right now. I just
Sorry,
want to give you a heads up.
Yeah, last one or two slides. Right?
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Yeah, so I'll skip through this. You know, there's a number of deliverables required for our research, and I assume this presentation is going to be shared with the group.
Yes, it will, following the event.
Okay, so the ask is, you know, if you're interested in participating in this pilot project and running a I2PD pilot project, be sure to reach out to me. I can spend some more time explaining, you know, the CII research and the pilot program itself. You can find me on Twitter. You can find me on our PTAG website, and my contact information is below there. So thank you for your time. I know I've run over here.
Okay.
If we don't have time to share questions, be sure to reach out to me. I'd be glad to meet one-on-one with you or answer your questions.
Bruce, I have one question. As Mike and John come on board and start sharing their slide deck, we'll go. The question is, and it's from an anonymous person. If they can at least, they type their name in under the question. How did the contract address liability of the I2PD team for cost overruns, critical path delays, third-party risks, etc.?
Yeah, so, okay, that's like a 5-part question. Okay?
Do you have a condensed version of the answer?
Yeah. So anytime there's overruns, the overruns come out of the risk pool. Okay, that's the simplest way to put it. Okay, once you agree to a price, once you agree to a schedule, et cetera, anything over and above starts eroding. I'll call it the risk pool. Okay, working collaboratively, their goal is to preserve that risk pool. That's a really condensed version.
Yeah, it is. I know it is, but I think that's a good one there. At the end, if we want to, if the person that asked that question wants to stay on and Bruce is on, we can go ahead and have that discussion at the very end of the day. Or please send it to Greg Palmer and myself, and we'll get it to Bruce and try to get an answer for you following the event. Is that fair? Bruce, thank you very much. Appreciate it. Mike, I see your slide deck, and if we can move right to you. And
Yeah, I'm all good.
Great.
All good, Joe here and everyone else. If you want some time back, we'll just take ourselves off the list if that's all right with you guys.
Nice try, but no cigar.
Just trying, man. I'm trying.
If you go ahead and share your present it, is it in presentation mode?
It'll be just a second here.
Okay, it's at the bottom right there.
Yeah, hang on just a minute. I got too many windows open.
Okay, right where you were. Oh, that's where I was. Never mind. I can see you.
Oh, there you go. There goes. All right, let's go this way. We got a couple of slides here. So good afternoon, everyone. Again, maybe good afternoon again. I'm Mike Brookshire. I'm with Stork, a floor company. It's been 30-something years, so it's still hard to say Stork sometimes. So you can see the bio there. I tried. We're in the smaller O&M group inside of Fluor or Stork. So I tried really hard to get a nice body double, but frankly, we're under budget constraints, so you're getting me in the picture here. So I've been with Fluor for several years, operating in several different roles, and most recently the operations director for several client sites within our group, our Stork group out of Greenville, South Carolina. Sometime around the middle of or the beginning of 2018, one of our clients challenged us with something like all of our projects are going to go lean IPD by 2020. Are you in? Are you out? So obviously we were in, and then we had to go figure out exactly what that meant. So like most folks would do something like that. So that's what we did. And we think we've hit on something pretty good because we get some decent press, and we're seeing some significant benefits. So our group is operations and maintenance. We're small capital and ongoing maintenance at several sites and several clients across the U.S. So yeah, from the previous the descriptions that previous discussions, you might think that we're not the type projects you see us have cheated and copied a screen to. The size of projects may not be suitable for our group. So we found that that for our group, projects in the $20 million range are important, and we can use certain aspects of lean IPD to execute those. Along with me today is John Stauffer. I'm gonna let John introduce himself in just a minute. But in short, Bruce hit on a lot of the points. Bruce and Patrick both have hit on several points, key points that that we could essentially use for our presentation had we had one just like theirs. A key component is commitment to lean IPD methodology by both the client or the owner, then our group, the primary contractor, and then those subcontractors. So what we're going to share with you today is from the small project perspective, operations and maintenance perspective, what we've experienced in the past and how we plan to go ahead in the future. We have one slide, so we would love to have questions from the audience as those things come up. We're going to share more experiences than we are, how to. So with that, I'm going to let John Stauffer introduce himself to the group. If John is unmuted. We kind of figured this would happen. John,
here we go.
There you are.
I've got too many four-legged partners at the house here, so I keep myself as much as I can. So I'm John Stauffer. I'm the lean construction and innovations lead for Stork. Mike and I work together for a long time now in some way, shape, or form. And over the last 4 years, I came on about 4 years ago to work with Mike on kind of building our lean journey here and moving along. And we've been working with a pretty talented group of individuals that whole period of time. My background's heavily in engineering. Mike's was always construction, and we've got people in between us in all different places, planners, accountants. We found a lot of we call them self-identified lean thinkers. They were the hot shots or the gurus that their brains just went there. And we took advantage of those kind of things and built ourselves a pretty solid team. So we've been working pretty hard over the last 4 years. We've had some very, very big accomplishments, and we feel like there's a lot more to come here. So we'll share a little bit with you here on these next few bullets, but yep. Most of it will come out in discussion.
You'll find out pretty soon that John and I like to do things together. It's always better together sort of thing. So if I miss something, he'll pick up on it. And if he misses something, I'll pick up on it. So this is our script right here. But before we go into that, I have a learning. I like to see if anybody else share the hands or something like that. The mentor discussion we had earlier. Two observations. One is new tools are not necessarily better. Computers aren't necessarily better than paper. And that my personal experience was I was working off of Adobe Pro during our exercise. So I had Adobe Pro going on with the exercise. I had Internet Explorer for Mentor. I had Zoom for the meeting conference. And I'm trying to write down 1s, 2s, 3s, and 4s to get to that number 31 that somebody magically got to. So I couldn't get there. I've got to believe had I had paper and a marker, I would have done much better than trying to manage all those different applications. So we've heard before that, lean isn't fit for everything. That exercise to me was an example of that. If I had paper, and who has a printer anymore? So if I had paper and a highlighter, I bet I could have done better than trying to manage between 3 apps, in addition to PowerPoint and Outlook and Teams all running at the same time. The other observation is after about P3, I started cheating because I figured I could make it to 5 or 6 and find 2 or 3 as I'm looking for 9 or 10. So I started cheating a little bit. We haven't seen cheating so much in our world of lean IPD, but knowing that someone could cheat is awfully important, even in an exercise like that. So maybe John or I are going to pick up on some of the things we have in place to make sure folks don't cheat. Basically our story here is it isn't that hard. So our discussion is more about ways to work in lean IPD without an IFOA. In our business, we have small contractors, small projects, and ongoing maintenance. So our trick then is to bring those small contractors that don't have millions and millions of dollars to invest in a lean IPD program into a way to work in our group and on our job. So we start small. We introduced lean IPD as we developed our program, and folks had to trust the program and then us and then our owners before they would fully jump in. There's a fair amount of trust, and we tend to call it a culture shift, and there is, but there's a lot of trust that goes with it. So when I open my books all up and I show you what my profit is and what my fee is and all that, there has to be trust that we're not sharing that broadly, and that we are us as the primary contractors not sharing it broadly, and that there is going to be something at the end. Maybe John, you can describe what our typical incentive-based contracts are. So starting small and getting some learnings along the way was awfully important, so that that folks know they're not going to eat their small profits or fees, but they're still open to learn that those things are important. However, ultimately, our goal is to share in the risk and reward, but you got to do that starting small. So we do that by collecting wins, and we've all said this in different ways today. You collect wins by partnering, by setting a target value estimate as a collaborative team, and then managing the team schedule together so that folks have skin in the game. And sort of the old method was we get an engineering package from an engineering contractor that works at some of our different sites. We have our teams plan and schedule those things. We bring subcontractors on because of the lowest cost or the best value. And then we say, there's your schedule, go meet it. Frankly, the team responsible for their own schedule and development of the own schedule has been a learning experience, to say the least, John, right?
Absolutely huge. That's been probably the #1 key in getting everybody on the same page, doing the same thing.
Right. So we use TouchPlan. I mean, we're not selling TouchPlan here, but we use TouchPlan, and moving your stickies is a big deal, and nobody else moves your stickies for you. It might have happened a few times when we started gearing up in this approach of lean IPD, but it took no time at all to recognize, yeah, don't touch my sticky. The other part about this that was quite insightful for the group we work with is setting the target value estimate. Typically, our owners would prepare an estimate, or we would help support preparing an estimate, and that would be it. Allowing some of our, all of our partners to prepare that estimate that goes along with that schedule, also quite a novelty, if you will, or indicative of a culture change. John, you want to jump in and add some color commentary to that?
Yeah. I mean, so the culture change has been touched on several times so far, right? And as we started getting things shifted, we started to realize that the culture around being open book, working together on target value estimates, working together on schedules, things like that. Obviously nobody's just going to lean forward and say, hey, I'm going to go put my profit at risk today, right? Everybody's going to understand what that is and they want to kind of feel their way through it. And I'll kind of go into it in a couple bullets here, Mike, if you want to finish up. But
I will. I'm conscious of the time. Sorry about that, John.
No, that's
Yeah, so the way we have continued this growth within our small cap, and when I say small cap, I'm talking 20 to 30 million dollars in capital type projects, and then ongoing maintenance. Will obviously a $300 activity is not worth a lean any component of lean IPD, but some of those are shutdowns on paper machines, things like that. As part of scheduling and collaboration and whatnot. But in our growth towards the IFOA to make the work we're doing officially lean IPD has been to use existing contract terms with our owners and with our subcontractors, our annual partners, and an incentive-based contract methodology. So we keep the same terms that we're used to. And then we grow into a full-blown IFOA with the effort it takes to put together the entire contract terms with that one. So this one is putting our fee at risk, our subs fee at risk, and then the benefit back to our clients are a share in the profit pool. So John, tell us how we track all that, man.
Yeah, so basically, Mike kind of walked you through how we kind of grow into these things, right? I guess I want to expand a little bit. So our goal here for our folks was we work a lot of small contractors, but they're long term, right? So we can hurt a contractor if we're not careful. And I think Bruce say that a couple of times, So when we look into growing into this program, we ease our way up from general terms that they all know and understand to adding a kind of, think of it as an addendum to a general contract that everybody agrees to play under these terms and conditions, right? This is the goals for everybody. And as we do that, we evaluate risks and all those fun things that make people okay with going and doing this work. So part of the way we identify our risks is what kind of information are we getting? Are we getting complete engineering design packages? Are we getting, a pencil sketch and hey, go figure it out, right? We keep track of those things. And I guess one thing I want to kind of touch on as far as keeping track of that data, we've kind of built our system and thought a little deeper than just a project. We have to think how do we operate as a whole? So we want to be able to collect information. We want to be able to run that data, and we want to be able to make decisions from it. But you can't get it you can't make those decisions if you don't have it. If you track too much data on the old ways of doing things, then you've doubled your work. So we had to figure out ways to collect the proper data that we needed in our everyday course of the work. And that helped us do lots of things. So I guess kind of what I'm saying there in short, and I know we're getting short on time here, is that, obviously you can't improve what you don't measure, right? But we got to be smart about how we do it. We can't bury ourselves in data. It's got to be quality data and it's got to be timely data. So another thing I want to kind of bring up there was the performance against schedule. Mike mentioned earlier that we use touch plan quite a bit. The reason we do that is it has reporting tools and it grades you very hard. I mean, it grades you early or late or whatever. It affects your PPC and it keeps everybody honest in the decisions we're making and the types of things that we're doing well on and the types of things we're getting hurt on, just as it's supposed to. And applying that at a day-to-day project execution level, these contractors start getting in the habit of thinking the way and behaving that way. So again, we're falling back to that data and helping ourselves and our contractors understand what that performance factor is like and what it does for them. And then Mike brought up, said wins and losses earlier. And the one thing I've always struggled with, people love to say how much money they spent, or they get beat up for how much they love to say how much money they saved, or they get beat up for how much money they lost. I'm more about the net. I want to know where we netted out. And if I don't keep track of that information throughout the project, I don't know if I spent money and just burned it, or if I spent a little money to save a lot of money. And those are the kind of things that we track throughout our projects. We want to know every time we lost money, and we want to know every time we gained it. So we get to the end, we can say, hey, we had a net gain of whatever, and we know that incentive bucket is right. We know what it cost us to get to that incentive bucket. And I guess that kind of rolls me back to that contract. So by keeping all that data and by being able to manage those changes and watch that improvement or loss as we go through the work, it automatically feeds out of our target value estimates right up into our incentive pot. So
yeah,
we function very much like a full-blown IFOA. We've just scaled it to a manageable level for the types of work that we do. And it's scalable. It's extremely scalable.
If we, or when we get to where we're going to do a $1 billion program or something like that, a multi-million-dollar program, we will have set the stage for the groups that we work with in our business line to, looks like there's a tornado warning, the groups that we work with to help set the stage for a bigger project. And by the way, Bruce had a wonderful graphic earlier. It was the 2 circles with a section in the middle. We have worked our way out of the right-hand circle and left-hand circle into the right-hand circle. Bruce, I stole your graphic, man, and a screenshot of that. But that's where we're at. It's we're in that middle range there, and then off into the right when we bring in TVE's collaboration and partnering.
So one last thing, I guess I'll give you guys a frame of reference. When we say start small, we meant small. I mean, we had a couple of contractors willing to entertain the thought of it. And I think our first job was, what was it, Mike, $400,000?
Yep.
And I know the biggest earning of any one contractor on that, there were only 3, was $7,500 bucks. But they seen how it worked.
There's not much risk.
Yeah. And so when we wanted to jump up to $1 million job, nobody cared. When we jumped to 5 or 6, they understood the process and it was easier. So it was almost like an exercise to do it. But that's what we mean by start small, pilot, and grow bigger. And we've done, like Mike says, up to $20-30 million now, and folks don't have issue with it. But
Mike, John, thank you so much. Stay on board. You're part of the next panel.
Awesome.
Al, I'd like to turn it to you to tee it up for the rest of the panel members and turn it over to you.
Yeah, I'm going to invite Mike Barrett and Joel Darrington to join us on the panel here in a second. What we're really talking about is actually we've been building up through it all day. We started off talking about IPD and really and some of the new roles and how do we take modularization in there, and then how is IPD doing it. We shifted into IPD. And now we're kind of talking a little bit about the contract. Mike and John talked a little bit about what they're doing for one of their clients and trying to simplify the IFOA in integrated form of agreement, which is some of the original relational contracting. I'm inviting Mike Barrett. Mike Barrett is with CRB Group. He's one of the vice presidents with CRB. And they're working with another client who's not as ready to jump into the IPD, but they're starting to get skin in the game and trying to get some of the collaborative behaviors with their tier 2 trade partners and in doing those types of things to enable it. And then I'm bringing Joel Darrington, who's with DPR. And Joel is a lawyer by trade, but he's come over to the dark side and participated with the construction groups with DPR and helped them negotiate large integrated form of agreement or IPD type contracts. So he can talk about some of the pitfalls in doing some of these types of things. So as we start to talk about the contracts and in doing it, it's really about skin in the game. And so I guess my first question for you all is how do we get better skin in the game through our contracts with our second tier trade partners, and how do we incentivize the right behavior?
Yeah, maybe I'll start. This is a rerun, but you got to build some trust early on with maybe small risks, a small opportunity, small risk from our perspective.
Yeah, Al, if you want me to jump in.
Yeah, go ahead, jump in. Yeah, sure.
From my perspective, if you want to address it well, an IPD contract is really the only contracting framework that does address it well. And that, again, assumes that you're bringing on that particular design firm or trade contractor that you're concerned about to have to be brought into the risk reward team, because you don't have everybody signing up for that level of risk reward. But if you go outside of IPD, whether you're, however the different ways you can contract for it, whether you're in design build or CM at risk or design bid build, the GC can devise some type of a shared incentive structure with the trade contractors, as long as those trades are sophisticated enough to be able to do a cost reimbursable contract structure. Some subs only know how to do lump sum, and then that's going to be more challenging to do something like this. But with those trades who can do cost reimbursable contracts, you can create a shared contingency fund among the GC and those trade contractors, and then give everyone an equal share of any contingency savings. So that will help promote a collective approach to project success. It also exposes them to some collective pain if they fail to help the GC and the other trades successfully complete their work. So that will help with some better project first behavior, but it doesn't address all the various disincentives that traditional contracting will involve. So it's not going to be as helpful as a full IPD contract would.
Also along those lines, getting skin in the game on there and putting profit at risk. I know sometimes profit can also be buried in other parts. And if you're, Mike and John, you were talking about how you use the existing, master services agreement, for lack of a better term,
Yep.
within the contracts, but that oftentimes has profit built in, labor multipliers and some of those other types of things. How do you pull that out to have that put at risk, or is it truly just the fee component that becomes what's put at risk by the trade partners?
Couple of ways. We've had multiple projects or experience with many of our same contractors before, and seen fluctuations from project to project in cost. So we got enough. We have some background there to justify or verify a partnering cost versus a project 5 years ago sort of cost. So in our partnering discussions and reviews, as we're partnering up with subcontractors, we asked for that deep dive inside of their fee and their markup. If anything looks unusual in the markup, we will challenge that and then continue to learn as we go. This scheduling can be, John, jump in here and bail me out if you want to, but on the scheduling, it's sort of easy to see some of these things, unfortunately, as the project starts. So if our schedule that we all agreed to has a group of 8, millwrights working in a certain area, and they're showing up with 10, we might say, are you gonna underrun? Are you gonna finish early? Are you going to overrun, or did you have some extra money built into that and built into your cost? So the way those things turn out, we can make an assessment, but unfortunately, it's after you have some data on a contractor for us. John, you want to jump in and bail me out here?
Yeah, and so one of the things to think about when you look at the work that like Mike and I do is the carrot for those contractors to want to do this is long-term work, right? They're not coming in for one big sexy job and that's it, right? They're looking for some way to build a relationship and be there for the long haul. So those contractors that we know are serious about working in that manner we have found are very open book about how they do their work and how they train their folks and what their overhead is, and they've been more than willing to work with us in that capacity because they know that our customers are looking for a certain performance level and we are as well. And if they can maintain that, there's some long-term advantage to them. It's that, do I eat a ham sandwich every day for the rest of my life, or do I get 2 big steaks and starve to death, right? So
Yeah, the other one is we have we'll call it third party verify estimates. We know what it takes mostly to do the work that we execute within our different accounts. So we recognize when there's an inflation of some sort or someone misscope. That doesn't necessarily answer your question regarding fee and markup. There could always be a little fat in a markup unless you get down to the real fine components of that. And I suspect Joel might jump in and have a thought on how we get into the guts of a markup.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to typically be the case for larger projects where you're going to justify the cost, but on a lot of larger IPD projects, the owner will invest in an auditor to come in at the beginning and audit people's rates and fee component markups. So the overhead piece and the profit piece, because typically you're breaking those apart and treating them a little differently.
Yep.
So overhead tends to be a guaranteed part of the cost basis that you always get reimbursed, even if the project goes over your estimated cost, whereas your profit is what you fix and put into the profit pool. So you need to kind of break those things apart, look at the GC's cost structure, historical, profit margins that they've made and those types of things. And that can be a painful and difficult process. So if you're going to do that, you're going to need to start early, plan for it. Don't let it become an obstacle to getting your contract completed because you're all waiting on the rate audit to finish. Yep. It tends to be even more difficult for your design professionals when you're auditing their rates and fee markups because they tend to not manage costs as rigorously as contractors do. So sometimes it's harder to pin some of those things down. At least when I represented owners before I gave a DPR, that was some of the experience we had. And rate audits can be scalable. So if you got $1 billion hospital project, that can be a very intensive thing. If you got a $30 million, MOB refurbishment, that you may do kind of a spot audit type thing, a check audit, as opposed to really in-depth.
And part of the way we track it too is we with all the data we track, we try and see any trends, right? If we see certain contractors are always coming in low, right? Then we're kind of wondering, if they're always coming in under, they're sandbagging, right? They're burying something somewhere.
Yep.
So we try and capture some of that data as well, just to kind of fresh perspective on things to make sure we're not missing something small.
So along these lines, I'm going to bring Mike Barrett into the discussion a little bit. You're working with clients that aren't necessarily as bought into the IFOA, at least not yet. How are you getting engagement from the craft tier 2 partners and getting the skin in the game?
Yeah, good question. I think it's a lot of the stuff that Joel, Mike, and John have been talking about. It's just not contractually in an IFOA or IPD contract. It's maybe in a more traditional AIA design build contract that might have some addendums that pull out a contingency based, shared savings pool where, the team's motivated by any of that contingency that remains at the end of the job. There's a split on contingency, based on either contract value or percentage, similar to what Bruce shared earlier in the day. And then there's also maybe to build on what Joel said as well, for some of our larger clients that have an MSA-based, rate structure and profit structure, the project teams are still able to create a risk reward incentive pool that is funded by the project. And then, typically when that happens, maybe as Joel mentioned, some of the profit enhancements, you sort of limit what contractors or design professionals can gain from a profit perspective if they go outside of that contingency or outside of that incentive structure. So that's sort of how we're sort of building that engagement. And it's, I think is like what Bruce said earlier today as well. It's very leadership intensive to create this engagement outside of a contract structure, as I'm sure a lot of us have been part of, have dealt with that it's, exponentially more intensive on leadership to really build that when the contract really doesn't support it.
So one of the things that one of the participants has brought up in the chat is talking about the risk registry and how the risk registry works to pull money either out of the profit pool or out of the contingency and those types of things to address the risk. Anybody want to take a stab at either the importance or how you really use that risk registry to start to really control the spending on that pool?
Well, I'll take a shot at the first piece of it. One of the ways that we use the risk registry, we start extremely early, right? When we start talking about the project and the planning and are we going to do an incentive-based contract, we start looking at the pieces of scope maybe in that project that aren't defined. What we found early on was that we'd start into our general risk registry and we'd start identifying things that our contractors were shying away from. They didn't want to sign off because this component wasn't defined enough for them to even figure out what they needed to do. They were good with the rest of it. So one of the ways that we use that risk registry is we use it as an opportunity to say, all of these 6 blocks of scope are under the incentive-based contract. This 7th one is pretty loose, and we're not going to put the team under the requirement of that 7th piece of scope. And we've been able to get contractors to jump into that sooner because, hey, I can figure out and work with you guys on the first 6, but you're still painting pictures in clouds for me on this 7th one. So that risk register really begins our analysis on the project. We kind of draft it and use it as a risk analysis on the project to even gauge the project being worthy of getting into an incentive-based program.
That's a good one. So with that risk assessment may turn into, we're going to do collaborative collaboration. We're going to do a touch plan for scheduling and a TVE, and that's it. The rest of it is not a component of this project based on what risk we determine.
Mm-hmm.
The project team.
One way I've seen it sometimes done, especially on your more robust IPD projects, is usually your IPD contract is going to be set up where you have a shared contingency pool among the risk reward team members so that people don't hold and hide their own individual contingencies. A lot of times in traditional projects, people will estimate contingency based on historical averages, and they have perhaps a rule of thumb on blank percent for this type of a project will hold as contingency. Whereas for IPD, typically they're going to be a little bit more rigorous than that. So they will take a risk register to do an initial risk assessment of the project, and they'll use that risk register to help them figure out what's the right level of contingency we need to hold as a team for this project. And then you can use the risk register going forward to help manage, how you're seeing things come up and trend lines and those types of issues.
So along those lines, does that contingency then, non-used contingency go directly or back to the profit pool, or does it go back to the owner? How's that contingency handled? Unused contingency.
Typically, contingency and money that wasn't allocated contingency but is saved in a trade, being efficient, it's just all fungible. So you treat it all as cost savings. And so the team typically will get a percentage of the whole cost savings that goes into the risk pool, and the owner will keep a percentage if we have cost savings overall, which you tend to with IPD. It's the goal.
Okay.
That's the goal.
I want to circle back. Don Rayberg asked a question earlier. It says, what method do you use to select contractors in these collaborative environments on there? Again, I'll open it up to, I'll start off with you guys from Stork, and then we'll circle around to Mike, and then end with Joel.
Yeah, great. I love to hear what Mike Barrett has to say. We have a very rigorous partnering process, including cost, safety, innovation. I was getting to that earlier on with some of the innovation questions earlier on. I was kind of like teeing it up for myself for later. But innovation can become more important than cost. We've heard Bruce say it and others say it too. That cost is not always the key, but what else do you bring to the table? And so during our interview process, and it's a multi-stage interview process, there's different stage gates that we go through to get to a sort of a final, you're a partner for us gate. So it's a multiple stage process. In short, that's what it is. And there's a willingness to participate, obviously, one of the first stages. But offering up innovations sort of unsolicited we haven't seen that, John, have we? So it's like, my cost is this and my safety record is that, which is typically what we always ask for. And then other opportunities for like innovation, cool techniques, modern options of construction almost falls off the table until you ask it. John, elaborate for me on that one.
Yeah, so what we've found is contractors we've used in the past are the absolute worst interviews you get. I mean, they feel like they know you, and there's so many things that they have maybe done for other customers that they don't even think to bring up. So without doing these thorough investigations of them, like we would any new contractor, we don't even know some of the things that these folks can bring to the table. And what something to keep in mind with our partner selections too is we qualify groups of partners. Doesn't award them any work. That's not they're not guaranteed any work at this point. What we're qualifying them for is, what can you bring to the table? Are you willing to play in an incentive-based world? Are you willing to work in lean and IPD methodologies? And really understanding what is that pool and that group of people that when I'm ready to go do a project, I can go to them because I know what they're willing to do and I know what they can bring to the table. So it makes my life a little easier, and it's not for us.
Sorry about I think John and I could go on for hours. John's going to call us out here and tell us we're doing something wrong.
I'll jump in here. No problem. I think the qualification process that I've experienced with is very similar.
Okay.
I think it's collaborative. It's interview based. It's partnership based. We do ask for some cost basis, and then we're usually running a choosing by advantages type process where you're evaluating criteria, and then you use sort of the cost differences to validate whether the advantage is worth it for a certain partner.
Hey, Mike, have you seen that the interviewers within your group or your company need to be trained in how to interview properly a partner?
Yeah, you can't just ask like, do you do BIM? Like, that's not an appropriate interview question. You have to really dig into people's shop capabilities and really how they execute. And as you guys know, a big part of it is the teams that those partners put in front of your job. And I think that's from our perspective, you're not only selecting a company, but you're selecting a team within that company. And that's really what you're trying to interview. Is that team going to be the right culture fit for this project?
So Joel, I'll finish up with you. And I know with IFOA, it's often the team that's doing the selection. Do you see the architect is usually the first one selected in that process, or is it done other ways in selecting those partners?
Yeah, I'm glad we're getting a little upstream in the conversation because I think that's some interesting stuff to share. So I'll say that one thing I've noticed that's sometimes a problem is that when owners try to do forced marriages of a GC and an architect together to form an IPD team, there can be issues or problems. And so I think it's gone better for owners when they've actually solicited for a whole team to come together. And so they say, pick your design partner if you're a GC, or architect, pick your GC partner that you want to propose with as a team to come and propose how you want to approach this so that you don't have the forced marriage problem. So I think that's a really helpful approach in many cases. If you have an established relationship with an architect that does all your design work, you probably also have a cadre of GCs you've already used a lot in the past if you're a serial builder that have worked well with that architect. So then you try to do some analysis of like who's worked well with this and make sure you work things out so that you can get a good match there. But yes, often if you're in that mode, the architect is coming first, especially if you've had them on site doing some, what do you call it, the strategic programming and planning and, master planning and things like that. When it comes to picking the trade partners, one interesting thing that I've seen done is you will strategically think about who's the first major trade we want to get on board early. And then you actually, with each one you bring on, you add them to the selection committee for bringing on the next few so that they can be involved in participating and helping design the team as you go forward so that you can get that good team chemistry and buy-in with everybody on who you're going to be at risk with.
That is interesting, Joel, because I feel like I've definitely done it that way as well, but I feel like there is some inherent benefit when you onboard all the trade partners at the same time, regardless of maybe whether someone's not needed for 4 months down the road. I'm curious to get the group's input on, is it you see value in onboarding everyone at the same time so they are all sort of experiencing that at the same time?
I tend to favor that approach, but I've heard a lot of pushback in the industry around bringing people on at the right time and people feeling like they're not getting a lot of good value from money if they bring on certain people early. To me, that seems a bit of a boogeyman because you can bring them on, but you can structure how much effort they're doing at different phases of the project. So they could come in, they can check in at a minimal effort at certain key decision-making points where they can bring in their perspective. And then they can have a more intense engagement with being full-time co-located, however you're structuring your design phase later in the design process. So I tend to favor bringing them on early.
Yeah, that's a lot of what we see too. It's a managed commitment of those folks that'll actually work later, but getting them onboarded at the same time, understanding the goals of the project and expectations and that kind of thing. We've seen a lot of value in getting them in early, up to speed. They know what's going on, and then their participation might slide back a little while until it's ready for them. But at least they know when it started. They can ask about progress. They can get updates, and they're not coming in as cold.
And quite frankly, if you're assembling your interview team, you can assemble that team and they can just keep sort of rolling.
So Joel, and this may be going back to your owner when you were representing the owners. Have you ever seen a situation where, and this is from John Strickland, where the owner hired the key trade partner first, and then they were involved in selecting either the designer or the CM firm?
I haven't seen that in full IPD. I have seen it once in something kind of IPD-ish, where the owner had a really well-established relationship with their mechanical contractor, and the mechanical contractor had been involved in lots of IPD projects and was trying to push the owner to be a little bit more collaborative. And so they kind of did an IPD-like thing, where the mechanical contractor was kind of helping organize the project and help advise the owner on things. And so I did see it once in that type of occasion.
So this is a question coming from Mike Pilati. I hope I said that correctly. Is there any stepping stone contracts between the AIA 141 contract and now what you're seeing is the more relational type contracts, either whether it be consensus docs or AIA relational contracts? Is there any stepping stone processes? I think we're kind of getting at that in what we're seeing with the rest of the panel, but anything you see from a contract language type thing?
So the A141 is a design build contract. So I've imagined this, and I've been waiting for an owner to be willing to do it so I can help make it happen, but I haven't been involved yet. But I would love it if an owner would take a design build contract, because that's what they can do, maybe a public owner, or maybe it's an owner who just doesn't have the necessary buy-in to do full IPD. And then use that design build contract as a wrapper that you put all the guts of IPD inside. And so you do risk reward approaches, and the contract is between the owner and a design builder. The design builder then structures its lower tier contracts with the design team and the construction team, like they're at risk, part of the risk reward team. I think that would be a cool model to do, and I think that's very doable. Haven't seen it done yet. In terms of kind of partway things to do, one thing that has come out from consensus docs that I was involved in helping to draft is there's a consensus docs 305 lean construction addendum. It's not a one pager like what Mike and John were talking about earlier, but it is kind of a short form. It's not a full contract. It's not meant to be. It only addresses the kind of lean methodology and activities and behaviors that the parties are trying to align on. And you can then add that addendum onto whatever owner's form of CM at risk agreement is and the owner's form of contract with their lead designer. But you jointly negotiate it so that everybody's on the same page as to here's how we're going to deploy lean on this project. And then you add it to your main contracts. And that can help with transitioning contractually to more of the lean delivery approach. And it doesn't do anything about contract incentives. It doesn't do anything about a different way of allocating risks. And so it's not really IPD, but it could be kind of a stepping stone in terms of building lean behavior into your operational side. And then that can maybe help as a stepping stone. But when you're ready to do IPD, it's kind of, you sink or swim, right? You just jump in on a pilot and make it work. That's kind of how I view it.
Okay, so we're almost at time, and I'm going to let everybody kind of have the last word. If there's, and I'm going to open it up to the full of the day and your participants, is if there was one key nugget that you had from today and what you've seen and heard and other things, what would it be? And I'll start with Mike Brookshire, and then we'll go with John and Joel, and then end with Mike Barrett.
And put me on the spot right off the bat. One key nugget.
Put you on the spot because you had copied some of the stuff out of the presentation.
Yeah, for real. Hey, there's no sense in the screen capture works, and Bruce had a great graphic. It fit right in with our thing, which is my answer. That we all have very similar experiences here. So I appreciate you letting me go first. And then also the other thing is I figured out how to cheat on that one on the exercise, the team exercise. I didn't have to find 2. I knew I was going to stumble on it looking for 4.
All right, John.
So I'm going to echo Mike a little bit, and it was funny because we were chatting back and forth going, yeah, I get, yep, that's what we're finding, all the way through. We're seeing a lot of similarities in all these different types of projects and studies. But one of the similarities that stuck out, and it's good that most of our customers now are kind of understanding this, is our contractors and the group has to be comfortable with this process before they're going to throw money on the table, right? And there's a certain amount of effort that goes into that. No matter how you approach it or what project you're going, there's effort that has to happen up front, no matter if it's a small job or a big job. But I guess the key learning for me really is wide of a range of people we've had here today talking about studies and projects and whatnot. It's very similar practice, small to huge.
Okay. Joel,
one thing that I'll do is,
you've been one of my heroes on IFOA. Go ahead.
Well, one thing that that's kind of helping connect some dots. And so one of the cool things from the earlier presentation was about this idea of helping build capacity to get to an IPD agreement eventually. And they talked about kind of this one pager that's kind of an early iteration. I want to offer a thought about how you can move from there to IPD. And so I think, although IPD projects tend to be with larger projects, I think there's a great case for smaller projects if the owner is willing to do repeat work with the same IFOA parties across a program of smaller projects, or even escalating projects to larger ones. And then you would invest the time and expense you needed to develop that first small project IPD agreement with that team, utilizing those basic terms, and then use it for each follow-on project. So kind of an example of in contrast of this idea of going slow to go fast. So you invest that time up front. But that requires a big mind shift from the traditional thinking of how we procure construction projects as individual discrete transactions based on competition to a whole new mindset of construction projects as a business problem that the owner solves based on a strategic alliance with a high-performing team of design and construction professionals that you then incentivize to be a learning organization so that they will improve their performance over time and be able to build those efficiencies and innovations that you develop on earlier projects into future projects and get better and better and better. So it's a more value-based over time approach. That traditional thinking results in each construction project made up of shifting team members and that inhibits the learning and growth across your entire program of projects. But this strategic alliance model really results in this core team of designers and contractors where you engage them to either do the full program or some large chunk of your program. And that will allow the team's later projects to benefit from the learning and trust that you developed from the earlier projects. And so I think that's a pretty important insight, definitely a challenge, but I think that's a great way that owners could approach this and get a lot of value when you look at it from a program-wide perspective, rather than just discrete individual projects.
And Joel's dead on with that, because that's exactly what we've seen. We've had to approach it from a program perspective because we don't have one big project here and there. And he's dead on with that.
Mike Barrett?
Sure, I can wrap it up. So I think one of the cool things I took away from today was some of the data Bruce presented. I felt like, well, I'm sure all of us that have been through very successful integrated projects, they feel different, and we're just sharing our experiences, maybe without a ton of backup data. We're sharing like personal experiences and how different it was that the team felt. But I think some of the data, specifically around collaboration integration methods that Bruce presented, I think from my experience, data helps move the industry forward. And I feel like maybe that was what I enjoyed about today, seeing some data to back up what we all feel and what we're all passionate about talking about. But seeing some of that data was cool for me to see.
Okay. Well, I want to thank everybody here that participated in the panel. Always really good insight in what's going on. Yes, thank you. I see Joe clapping over there. Now we're going to turn it over to Joe and to Rob Wagner, and we'll close out our day.
First, I'd like to thank everybody, and I'd like to turn it over for Rob for closing and plus and deltas. So Rob, if you could pull up your screen if you'd like, and we'll move on to the final session. Thank you, everybody, and great seeing a lot of the names in the audience that have attended past events, and great seeing folks that I've worked with in the past of my career. Thank you for all participating. Rob?
Yeah, I'm trying to. You're sharing your screen. I won't move to slideshow.
Down in the bottom right, Rob, there's the little,
okay.
looks like it's,
Gonna go to slideshow?
You're in slideshow now, Rob, you're good.
Okay, good. Okay, well, we'll wrap up as Joe said. So, this is the, well, this is a little bit short. I thought second virtual summit, so even better, and an opportunity to ask questions. So you guys have done that. So it's all really good. And, our focus is integrated project delivery. So the opportunity to ask questions, well, we shared value adds and relevant information to improve your business. We shared perspectives from the industry, from owner architect, engineer, construction, trade partners, insurance providers. I'm not sure if we had insurance providers on today, Joe. I don't think so, but we may have. We use industrial design and industrial IPD. We did a CII utilization of lean, project delivery, IFOA benefits and simplification in lean, so the single page agreement. Playtime, we had a collaboration game that Charlie had prepped with us. Panel discussions, which I thought were all really good. I took notes myself, and I'll be sharing them back within P&G and more. So pluses and deltas. I'm not sure, Joe, if I had talked with Greg Palmer, and he said we were going to use the same program that Charlie had used to gather pluses and deltas, but I'm fine with people just putting it into the chat box. So if you have pluses or deltas, just log into the chat box.
I think that's a good way to do it, Rob, and then we can track it all, and then we'll make it.
And it's being recorded, so
everybody.
Yeah, so we can pull it up after. But I want to just, as you're doing that, so I'm going to give them a few minutes. So enter your pluses and deltas into the chat box right now while I'm talking. And I want to invite you all to our project delivery committee, which both Al and I co-chair, and Joe is our CURT liaison, shall we say. And so our topics that we are sharing over the next few months, and so if you're interested in this topic and continuation of it, we're talking about lean principles over the next year, lean losses. We have lean tools and applications that we'll be reviewing. We will be focusing and leveraging, trying to do more with less, or looking at processes like that. How can we're all in downsizing, it seems. We're all in having less and less resources. And then lean benchmarking is another topic that we were focusing on. And then, of course, this new digital transformation that we're all living in. COVID helped with that as well. So these are some of the topics that we're going to be discussing over the next, I'll use the term year, as our lean project delivery committee. So I'm going to move on. And so just continue to write your comments in the chat box, and I'm going to move on. So I want to say thank you personally. Thanks. I know it takes time. It's a good half of your day gone, plus even money to be here. So I appreciate everyone joining us. And once again, thank you very much. I want to thank all the audience. You guys are what makes it. This is why we're doing it. This is why we're here. We want to go and ensure that you get what you've come to expect and see what you've come here for and receiving it. Our CURT Lean Summit, so Joe shared these earlier in the day, but I want to thank all of our panelists and presenters today. Thank you very much. Your picture there, I won't go through your names, but thank you. Our committee and co-chairs, so Joe and Al, thank you, and I'll thank myself for being here. And of course, our CURT staff, we couldn't have done this without the support of the CURT staff. So we have everyone from CURT behind us, and thank them so much for helping us to put this workshop together. And I look forward to you being at tomorrow's meeting. So thank you, and we look forward to you. The next CURT event is actually tomorrow, which is the general meeting. So the end is near, Joe, right? So we're done.
Okay. Everybody, thank you. Safety event on Wednesday. We have a great lineup of speakers, and it is predominantly women presenting on Wednesday. So, and we had all the men today. We have almost all the women except for one or two on Wednesday. So we got to get more diversified is what I challenge this team on as we move forward. And once again, thanks everybody for making this possible and being part of the event. Have a great, safe rest of your day.
Thank you.
Bye. Good seeing you guys.
Joe, did you cut and paste any of these or not? Or do I have to?
Rob, I can talk to you offline.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you, guys.
Thanks, everybody.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Safe rest of your day.